Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Iran threatens to extend the war beyond the region if the U.S. resume military strikes, as President Trump says he's in no rush to end the conflict. Xi and Putin renew plans for a gas pipeline between the two countries, with the two leaders signing 20 agreements on tech and trade. And Lebanon says 21 people, including women and children, are dead as Israel continues attacks despite the extended ceasefire. Iran's Revolutionary Guard have threatened to extend the war beyond the region if the U.S. attack again. Iran's foreign minister said a return to military action would feature many more surprises. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump believes the war will end very quickly, but he's in no hurry to actually end the conflict.
We'd have to open the strait. That would open immediately. So we're going to give this one shot. I'm in no hurry. You never think, oh, the midterms, I'm in a hurry. I'm in no hurry. Ideally, I'd like to see few people killed as opposed to a lot. We can do it either way, but I'd like to see few people killed. I just wonder whether or not they have the good of the people, because some of the things they're doing to me means they don't have the good of the people, and they have to have the good of the people.
We can now speak to Major Andrew Fox, Senior Fellow at the Henry Jackson Society and former British Army Major. Major Fox, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. We just heard from President Donald Trump there. He says, I'm in no hurry to end the war. Yesterday, the US president threatened Iran, then he pulled back again. How does this changing timeline risk a military miscalculation by the US? And are we actually close to the resumption of war?
Well, we're in a stalemate right now, and Mr. Trump is trying to find a way out of that. Quite understandably, the world's economy is under huge pressure from the Strait of Hormuz being closed, not just the Gulf economies and the damage they've sustained from the Iranian regime, but also the world economy is on a ticking clock as oil reserves decline over time, with that flow of oil through Hormuz being limited. So a way out is very much needed. I would suggest that Mr. Trump is under more time pressure than he's letting on. But ultimately, he has to work out what success looks like and how he gets there. And I think the best outcome here would be some kind of agreement on Iran's nuclear facilities, its nuclear capability and intentions. And everything else right now, I think, is secondary to that. Whether that looks like trying to force them to the negotiating table by more bombing, or whether it's by economic pressure through the American blockade of Hormuz, time will only tell.
Yeah, like you say, time will only tell, and Donald Trump has to actually come out of this looking like he's had a win, because it is extremely tense at the moment. But President Donald Trump has also just been speaking today. He's had a lot to say. He's in Connecticut, and he said that Iran's Navy and Air Force are gone, and the only question now is whether the US goes back to finish the job, or will Iran sign a document. We've heard Donald Trump before say that Iran has been militarily degraded when it comes to their Navy, when it comes to the Air Force, but they still have the Strait of Hormuz in their hands. So how realistic is what Donald Trump actually saying?
I think he's exaggerating, as he is prone to doing. We know that certainly a large amount of degradation has taken place on Iran's military capabilities, but we also know they retain the ability to strike Gulf states' infrastructure. Not in huge numbers, but they can certainly do enough to cause some damage and have that impact on the world's economy. Of course, their Air Force were never in the conversation during this conflict, and whilst all the big ships in their Navy have been sunk, they've got a fleet of some 10,000 dhows that are fitted to lay mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran is on the back foot, heavily weakened, but still retains some capability to cause damage.
And as you say, it's that economic damage that the globe is actually feeling at the moment. But we are hearing some news today coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. At least 3 tankers carrying some 8 million barrels of crude did manage to get through the Strait of Hormuz today. And all of that is under Iran's watch. So there's levies, there's tolls. They have to obviously make an agreement with the IRGC. What's the biggest thing civilians misunderstand about how quickly a conflict at sea might escalate? Because many of people sitting at home, and myself as a journalist, I always ask the question, wouldn't military escalation in the Strait open it up? But it's much more difficult than that.
It is much more difficult, and you have to realise it's not just the Strait itself, it's the entire Iranian coastline that they have the ability to fire rockets, they have the ability to launch mines into the water and slow everything down. And actually it's insurance that's the problem. You can declare the Strait of Hormuz open, but unless markets have the confidence that it is, that they won't lose their tankers as they go through, the insurance costs become far too high for oil companies to pay those costs on their tankers. And it's that really is the choke point here. So we don't even need to see full military action by the Iranian regime in the Straits. We just need the threat of it, and it needs to be credible. And as long as that threat remains, it's going to cause problems for insurance companies and actually getting those tankers through at the scale needed to get the world's economy out of the pressure it's under.
And we've heard a lot from Iran's side too. Iran is also posturing, and we do know that there are these negotiations happening at the same time. So back-channel talks happening as well as both the US and Iran put their feelings out about what they could possibly do. And Iran has warned the war could spread far beyond the region if the US and Israel do resume strikes on the country. How credible is that coming from Iran? Because you touched on it when they said, you know, the Gulf neighbours have really bore the brunt of what Iran's retaliations look like.
Well, it's been a very well-established fact that Iran has a proxy network around the Middle East. It is heavily degraded from where it was on 6th of October 2023 before Hamas set the region on fire. Hezbollah aren't what they were. The Iraqi militias are kind of playing both sides because they're deeply embedded in the Iraqi state, as well as having links to Tehran, so they're kind of being reticent, but they certainly have a drone threat that we've seen materialise during this conflict. The Houthis have been very quiet down in Yemen since the war started. They were degraded again by both Israel and the United States, but they will retain some capability and might try to shut the Bab al-Mandeb and really put pressure on the global economic system. So Iran's not as strong as it was. As I said, it is degraded, it is on the back foot, and the same goes for its proxy network, but there is a very clear threat out there still that Iran might try to escalate through those other actors.
And today, the UAE did urge Iraq to prevent attacks from its territory immediately. So that is something that we are seeing from the UAE, the neighbouring Gulf countries. But before potential combat, when troops are trained, waiting, anticipating, they may soon be called into action. Is there ever a sense of excitement or heightened focus alongside the fear? From your experience, how would you describe the emotional atmosphere just before a possible battle? Because we talk about Donald Trump when it comes to escalating and de-escalating. Of course, we've got US troops on the ground in the Gulf.
Well, it's the case that they've been in theatre now for a long time, so actually boredom will be a huge problem. War, in my experience, is 90% boredom and 10% terror and excitement. So there are long, boring periods. They've been eating the same food for weeks on end. They've been stuck on a small ship for weeks on end with no chance to go to port. So there will certainly be a leadership challenge to keep the troops motivated and focused. But of course, those pilots who are going into harm's way will be doing their mission rehearsals, they'll be getting their orders, they'll be planning how they're going to conduct this, and there'll be a laser focus to carry out the task they've been given. And if it comes to putting ground troops into Iran, I'd be very surprised if we saw it, because that is a huge escalation and not an easy task for any army, not even the United States Army. Again, those troops will feel like they've been training for a long time to play the football game, and now they finally get to step out on the pitch. And there will be that sense of excitement. And the older hands amongst them will be telling the younger guys to be very careful what they wish for, because the actual realities of combat are very different to how people see it in the movies.
Exactly, as you just said, very different in reality. But you talk about troops on the ground. Do you think there would ever be a moment where we could see troops on the ground when it comes to the enriched uranium and seizing that, possibly when it comes to change in Iran eventually?
I think the former is more likely than the latter. I don't think we're going to see external regime change. Everything we've seen so far suggests that they tried it at the start of the war, but the Kurdish wouldn't engage, and the strikes on the regime leadership weren't enough to get a regime change in place. The uranium will need to be dealt with. I think if the Americans leave this conflict without that issue off the table, this war can be considered a huge failure. It's the one thing they must achieve, if nothing else. In an extremist, they will absolutely be planning for a ground operation to go in there and take it physically. I don't think it'll be their preferred option because, as I said, that is a very tricky mission. There's a lot that could go wrong. Iran geographically is very difficult to operate in, being so mountainous and so channeled in the various way those mountain ranges move around the country. So it's not something I want to do, but it's certainly something they will be planning for if it comes to that.
Major Andrew Fox, great to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time with me today.
Thank you.
I'm now joined by John Limbert, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of the State for Iran. Thank you so much, John, for joining me as always. I just want to start with some of what Donald Trump said. He was very optimistic again today. Optimistic tone from Donald Trump. His language would suggest the war is going to end quickly, but it does not include any specifics. How do you read the gap between public optimism and renewed threats from the U.S. president?
That's a good question. You know, I always used to say that I don't, a lot of the things I don't understand about Iran, but also there's a lot of things I don't understand about our current leadership in Washington. Because, I mean, he owed his initial victory both in 2016 and in 2024, to his platform about no forever wars, no stupid wars in the Middle East. Now, I'm not a big fan of this president, but I agreed with him there, and it was a winner for him. Why he's gotten off on this, off of that winning slogan, I don't understand. But it's not doing him any good politically at home. And frankly, it's not helping Iranians, 85% of whom apparently just detest this regime and who he's promised that help is on the way. Dragging this out inconclusively, threatening to destroy a civilization, I don't see what that accomplishes.
Donald Trump has been speaking again today. We're just getting some breaking news from him. He said, we may have to hit Iran even harder, but maybe not. So once again, we're getting these really conflicting words coming out of the U.S. president, but also from Iran. John, we've had quite strong rhetoric. They've warned that the war would spread far beyond the region if the U.S. and Israel resumed their attacks. How credible is the threat, and is Tehran preparing for a wider regional escalation?
One thing we should have learned, and probably haven't, is you don't underestimate your adversaries. We've done that before. We did that in Vietnam. We did that in Iraq. We've done that in this case. The other lesson is that words matter. In diplomacy and international relations, you choose your words carefully because the other side, you may not weigh your words carefully, but the other side is weighing them very carefully. Another point is that in 47 years of hostility between the U.S. and Iran, the Iranians, one thing that both sides have learned is how to bash the other. We push on them, they push back. They push on us, we push back. And unfortunately, both sides are very good at it. What we're not very good at is finding a way out of the quagmire and finding a relationship, some kind of relationship. It may not be a friendly one, but one that serves the interests of both sides.
And as they say, it's really easy to enter a war and very difficult to leave one, and words matter, very wise words. Saudi Arabia says extending U.S.-Iran negotiations could help restore shipping security in the Strait of Hormuz. Does this suggest regional powers now see diplomacy as the only viable path to stabilizing the key waterway and finding an off-ramp?
Well, one lesson out of all of this, which I'm not sure this administration has learned, is the importance of allies and alliances. You may be the biggest bully on the block, but in a situation like this, you need others. You need help from others. Very simple, often in very, very simple ways. It's very important. I mean, for example, it affected me personally. 47 years ago, I was a prisoner in Iran. I got out because we got help from the Germans and the Algerians and others who mediated. This administration hasn't. I don't think has seen that very well. I mean, the Saudis have their own interests. The Emiratis have their own interests. All of the Iraqis, everyone does, and they will pursue them. But going it alone in the situation, and you may think you can push others around, but going it alone in the situation has not worked out well.
And John, as you reminded us, you were a prisoner in Iran and you now reflect on that in a different way. But I want to ask you a little bit about Iran itself, because inside of Iran at the moment, it's facing this combination of extreme inflation, around 70%, rising food prices, and this conflict. How much pressure does this place on the government's ability to maintain stability in the country? Because we did see that uprising in Iran ahead of the US and Israeli attacks. And I just wonder right now what people are going through in the country.
Look, you know, my Iranian friends and family members have gone through a really awful 47 years and really suffer. People there continue to suffer. They deserve better than that. They deserve a government that treats them decently and that has at least some inkling of how to manage a country and an economy and basic diplomacy. No question of that. But again, what's going to change that? What's going to bring them a government that treats them as they should be treated, treats them decently? Bombs aren't going to do it. Assassinations, you can assassinate a dozen, 24, 100 leaders. And the regime has shown over 47 years, it's very resilient. It's survived a lot. And its message has been so far, look, you've given us your best shot. We've taken it. We're still here. You can turn us into you can turn Iran into a pile of rubble. But frankly, and you can kill a lot of our people, but frankly, we don't care because we'll still rule. And that's what's important to us.
John Limbert, as always, so good to have you on the show. Thank you for speaking to me.
Thank you, Beth.
Russia's Vladimir Putin and China's Xi Jinping are thought to have reached a general understanding over plans for a natural gas pipeline between the two countries. The two leaders have signed over 20 agreements on trade and tech in Beijing and will discuss ongoing geopolitical tensions. Russia is believed to be ready to help with the U.S. Iran talks. Let's go live to Hong Kong now to speak to our correspondent, Emily Sue. Emily, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Beijing has been at the centre of this major diplomatic engagement for a second week as the Russian President Vladimir Putin arrived just a few days, of course, after we saw Donald Trump in Beijing. How has this been perceived by the Chinese leadership?
Well, for China to be able to host both the leaders of the U.S. and Russia in the space of 1 week has certainly been a boon for President Xi, as it really helps China cement its reputation as a global power broker, especially at a time when both Russia and the U.S. are mired in their own conflicts, the U.S. with Iran, of course, and Russia with Ukraine. But the meeting today certainly is different from the meeting between Xi and Trump last week. The tone of the meeting is rather different. Xi used today's meeting to really hail the China-Russia relationship, saying that they are a force of calm amid chaos and that they're a source of stability at a time when the world is reversing into the law of the jungle. So this is Xi Jinping's words. And this is seen by many as a veiled critique of the U.S. and Trump, and also a chance for China and Russia to really present this sort of united front against global instability. And also President Putin's visit to Beijing today really is a deepening of this existing cooperation and coordination between China and Russia. After all, Xi and Putin have already met more than 40 times outside of today, and both leaders were very complimentary of each other. They called China and Russia's relationship have reached the highest point in history, and that their diplomatic ties have really withstand the test of time. And it's quite telling, perhaps, that the language that President Putin used to describe President Xi at the beginning of the bilateral talks, he uses really a poetic Chinese idiom, 一日不见如隔三秋, which means one day of separation feels like 3 autumns. So that poetic idiom is perhaps quite telling of how close the relationship between President Putin and President Xi is.
And you describe those warm words to us, Emily, and we see the relationship between the two men, President Putin and Xi Jinping. But the big question here is, did any concrete agreements or deals emerge from these talks? Because, you know, we see all the pomp and ceremony, but was there anything actually substantial?
But yes, as you mentioned, both sides signed about 20 agreements ranging from trade to tech to education. And on the topic of trade, President Putin even made a point to say that China and Russia trade reached $240 billion last year, and that the transactions were made in yuan so that it could be shielded from, you know, global instability. And they also issued quite a lengthy joint statement. Now, there was no major breakthrough or surprises from that joint statement, but there were several points in that statement that really add to this overall message that Xi and Putin wanted to paint in today's meeting, which is that they're a force of stability at a time of instability. They said that they want to promote a more just and reasonable global governance system, and that they condemn military strikes on other countries, and that they condemn the kidnapping of national leaders. And that's, of course, an apparent reference to the U.S.'s actions in Iran and in Venezuela. And also they denounced the U.S. Golden Dome defense system as well as space weapons, saying that they pose a clear threat to strategic stability. So those are the things that they agreed on. Now, what they did not agree on is this natural gas pipeline, this Siberia to natural gas pipeline, a multi-billion-dollar pipeline that supposedly, when complete, is supposed to send 50 billion cubic meters of gas into China through Mongolia, and that takes up 12% of China's gas consumption. Now, both sides have talked about this before. They have reached a deal before, but it's been stalled for many, many years. But this week, there's a report that says that Russia's Gazprom and China's National Petroleum Corporation, they reached a preliminary deal on this. Now, that report has not been confirmed, but it did bring hope that maybe when Xi and Putin meet in Beijing, some development, some deal could be struck. But after a long day of talks, that has not happened. The Kremlin has confirmed that both sides have reached a general understanding on this agreement, but they didn't give any more details. They didn't give any more timelines. So that is certainly a letdown on Russia's part.
And as I'm speaking to you, the war in Ukraine is still ongoing. And this has been something that many people are going to say is at the top of the agenda when Putin and Xi have these talks. But did the leaders actually discuss the ongoing situation in Ukraine?
Well, there's been very limited details on what Xi and Putin discussed about Ukraine. In the joint statement, what we know is that they agree the root cause must be removed. Now, this is, of course, a phrase that the Kremlin uses often when referring to the war in Ukraine. So there's no surprises there. But another thing that's worth noting is this other report that cited White House sources that said President Xi actually told Trump last week that he thinks Putin may regret the invasion of Ukraine. Now, that report has already been denied by both China and U.S. officials, but it did raise some eyebrows in terms of developments of the war in Ukraine. Now, it's important to remember that China is walking quite a diplomatic tightrope here when it comes to Ukraine. It wants to appear close to Russia, but at the same time, it wants to distance itself from the the war in Ukraine, because after all, it has damaged China's relationship with the rest of Europe. And so perhaps because China is in quite a tricky spot here, and that we're seeing this sort of careful, sort of safe language about Ukraine in the joint statement between the two countries today.
Emily Sue in Hong Kong, thank you so much for joining me. Let's continue this conversation with Richard Sakwa, Emeritus Professor of Politics at the University of Kent. Professor, thank you so much for joining me. When comparing the recent Trump-Xi meeting with the Putin-Xi meeting, did you notice a difference in the body language and personal chemistry between the two leaders?
I don't know about the body language, but there's certainly a very different personal relationship. Both leaders in this latest meeting, Putin talked about President Xi as his dear friend, and Xi talked in equal terms. They have a warm relationship. Not only is this some 40-plus meetings they've had since they've been leaders, this is the 25th visit of Putin to China, and it comes on the 25th anniversary of the Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation of 2001. And the whole atmosphere is fundamentally different. In a sense, both Russia and China are aligned. They're not. It's no bloc. It's not an alliance. But it's a fundamental correlation because they both understand it makes sense for them to work together. They share a 4,200-kilometer border. So it's what they're doing is building on a fundamental, what they called in 2022, a no-limits partnership.
And let's take a look at the big picture. As Russia's economic pivot away from Europe to Asia, we've really seen that begin, which has been described as both strategic and necessary by Moscow. How dependent has Moscow now become on Beijing in practical terms?
It's a dependency, but it's a mutual dependency, though, of course, Russia is more dependent than China. They both benefit from it. I think that looking at it in terms of some sort of little brother, some sort of, well, certainly asymmetrical, because Russia is, China has been in the top 8 of China's trade partners for a good number of years now. And of course, China has more options than Russia, given that Russia is now the most sanctioned country in the world. So there are asymmetries. But to look at it purely in those terms, I think, is a mistake, because they fundamentally both benefit from the relationship. The fact that they don't need to militarize this one of the world's longest borders, for a start, is important. In the agreements, some 20-odd packages they signed during this meeting now, there's a whole deepening cultural exchange. Yes, okay, more Chinese students go to study in the United States than in Russia, but the number's growing. The number of Chinese tourists to Russia is growing. They've now abolished, they now have visa-free travel, which is an important step forwards. More and more cross-border contacts. So, as they both said, this meeting has not led to any fundamental breakthrough, but it's building steadily on a fundamental alignment, the way they see the world. And just one other point, which I think is important, that before Putin left Moscow, he issued a statement in which both Russia and China, and this repeats what they've both said over the years, that, yes, the world is disordered, but they orient themselves towards what I call the international system. This is the United Nations, the Charter International System established in 1945. China and Russia both founder members. And as far as they're concerned, this turbulence isn't so much in the international system. It's a turbulence generated in large part by America's attempt, and with its allies in Europe, to maintain some sort of dominance and hegemony. And their position is they're opposed to this hegemony. And so there's a fundamental normative, if you like, foundation to this relationship.
And I actually wanted to get into that question with you next. You must have read my mind, but Xi and Putin did warn against a world order where powerful countries impose their will through military and economic pressure. Was this an indirect criticism of Washington and these big Western alliances that we do see?
Yeah, absolutely. Neither Russia nor China are maybe forced to be so, are anti-Western, but they would consider themselves post-Western, that they simply will not accept Western dominance of the sort that the United States has practiced since effectively 1945. And as far as they're concerned, after 1989, that is the end of the First Cold War, they assumed that there wouldn't be any need for these vast military alliance systems, that we could move to a new type of peace order based on the United Nations Charter. And both states are disappointed, and not just Russia, China, of course. The ASEAN allies, the BRICS partnership, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. There's a whole network emerging, which is, as I say, not anti-Western, but post-Western, including, of course, trade in yuan, in rubles, in rupees, in other words, the de-dollarization momentum. And the foundation of it all is multipolarity and respect for the principle of the United Nations, which is sovereign internationalism. And so they are internationalist. So this disorder, they argue, comes from the West, from the dysfunctions, not just the United States, but also our European partners, who seem to be locked into this endless war on its eastern front, the Ukraine war, and only now beginning to say, well, perhaps we should talk to Moscow, and there's some moves taking place in that direction.
Professor, just quickly, sorry, not much time left, but you mentioned de-dollarization to me, and I was really fascinated by this, and I wanted to ask you a quick question on it. We have seen this growing use of Chinese yuan in energy trade, especially when it comes to Russian crude. Do you think that we are seeing a challenge to dollar dominance?
Absolutely, we are. It'll take a long time. It won't be overnight. And of course, there's the BRICS are talking about some sort of digital reserve currency. China's certainly very keen on it. Some of the other partners less keen in the BRICS grouping. So yes, we are going there. China still has $700 billion T-bills, US T-bills, and so the economies are deeply interconnected. And so we're not talking about a disconnection, but we're talking about more and more resilience against sanctions and against Western pressure.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. Professor Richard Sakwa, great to have you on the show. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
At least 21 people are dead in southern Lebanon after Israeli airstrikes. That's according to the country's health ministry. Lebanon say over 3,000 of their people have died in Israeli attacks since March. We can now go live to Washington, D.C. to speak to Dr. Eric Mandel, Director of Middle East Political and Information Network. Dr. Eric, really great to have you on the show. Thank you for your time with me today. The situation... Pleasure. The situation remains highly unstable in Lebanon, with ongoing Israeli military strikes, civilian casualties, and continued exchanges of fire. Is Lebanon, in your opinion, currently in a high-risk conflict escalation phase, despite the ceasefire efforts we've seen?
So we should not misunderstand the word ceasefire for lack of fighting. This is the ceasefire which really isn't. Hezbollah is actively fighting. Israel is trying to further degrade Hezbollah. Israel is limited because the president has constraints on what Israel can do in offensive activities. But we must remember that we wouldn't be in this situation if Lebanon had disarmed Hezbollah as it had claimed on December 31st, 2025 in southern Lebanon. And the reason is because the Lebanese armed forces and the government say they are not allowed to go into private people's homes. I've been investigating this region for a very long time. And there are missiles and weapons in almost every private house in almost every one of the hundreds of villages in southern Lebanon. But we shouldn't forget, Hezbollah is still the big power there. And as far as Israel goes, and this is unstated, but I think your audience should know about this, is that the Lebanese armed forces and the Lebanese government want Israel to degrade Hezbollah further because the Lebanese armed forces is either at this point unwilling or incapable of doing the disarming as demanded by UN Security Council resolutions 1701 and 1559.
And I appreciate what you've said regarding Lebanon and degrading Hezbollah, but I also do believe, and the Lebanese government has said it themselves, just the scale of civilian deaths is unacceptable in the country, and that civilians should be protected against these Israeli strikes. And as I said to you, over 3,000 Lebanese killed since March the 2nd.
So I think we need to take everything with a grain of salt. You need to remember that Hezbollah, like Hamas, uses human shields, is in private civilian areas, which according to international law are places that are still legitimate targets according to national law. I have been over many years, over decades, with Israeli units firing against adversaries. And I have seen, and I hope my army here in the United States is as ethical as they are in being precise in their targeting of what goes on. As far as civilians dying, nobody should minimize any civilian deaths. It is horrific. It is terrible. It is unfortunately war. As far as taking the health statistics from the Lebanese government, they're a lot better than the Hamas, in Gaza, the Hamas statistics, but there's no differentiation here in what we're hearing between combatants and civilians or civilians that were placed in harm's way.
Dr. Eric Mandel, it's really interesting when you say that to me, because when I put that argument to the Israelis regarding Hamas, they had exactly the same answer. But I just want to move on, because Iran's supreme leader says his country is putting up a unique resistance against the U.S. and Israel. How might the ongoing escalation in southern Lebanon targeting Hezbollah affect broader regional stability?
Well, Hezbollah, we should realize, according to Walid al-Faqih, which is guardianship of the jurist, that Hezbollah is a division of the IRGC, and they follow the orders of the supreme leader, or what I believe more is the IRGC running Iran at this point of time. People try to say these are two separate conflicts. In reality, they're not. If Hezbollah is a division of the IRGC, then there's obviously these two conflicts are one in the same. And obviously, Iran would like to have a stoppage of Israeli actions against Hezbollah. But from an American point of view, and I'm not speaking to you from Congress, that the American national security, we look at Hezbollah and Iran of how many American civilians and soldiers have died over the years, going back over the 47 years of Iran since they came into power, whether it's IEDs in Iraq or whether it's been terrorism around the world. So the Hezbollah, if Israel continues just to fight Hezbollah, but not fight, as the Israelis would say, the head of the octopus in Iran, then there's going to be more mowing of the grass again and again, which means that war will continue. The only thing that's going to change Iran is a regime collapse by hopefully regime change for the positive, because we know that the vast majority of the Iranian people, and it includes all the desperate minorities from Kurds, Azaris, Luks, Lors, Arabs, and the majority Persians, want to get rid of this repressive regime. That is the ultimate answer. It doesn't seem to be my country's plan to get rid of the regime at this time, but that would be the ultimate answer, and that would also degrade Hezbollah and other proxies like the Houthis and Hamas.
Dr. Eric, just before I let you go, just very briefly, sorry, not much time left, but Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says Pakistan's interior minister is in Iran to facilitate the exchange of messages. We're getting that from Iranian media right now. What's your reaction? Do you think in 60 seconds that we're going to see a ceasefire deal?
It is possible, but it would probably mean that the President Trump, would have had to have capitulated and claimed some type of victory if the Straits of Hormuz were opened and the blockade ended. But if the regime remains in place, the regime believes if it survives, it is the victor. In many ways, it is. And who is most fearful of that besides Israel and besides degrading American national security interests? The Gulf nations, who can't pick up their country, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, can't go and move some other place. They're going to have to then accommodate the very angry Iran going down the road, and that is not going to be a good situation for the global energy.
Dr. Eric Mandel, great to have you on. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Iran threatens to extend the war beyond the region if the U.S. resume military strikes, as President Trump says he's in no rush to end the conflict. Xi and Putin renewed plans for a gas pipeline between the two countries, with the two leaders signing 20 agreements on both tech and trade. And Lebanon says 21 people, including women and children, are dead as Israel continues attacks despite the extended ceasefire. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
It was heavy on optics, but was it light on outcomes? President Trump has hailed his U.S.-China visit as a historic moment. It certainly appears to have thawed diplomatic tensions. But with no movement on Iran, uncertainty around Taiwan and a lack of headline-grabbing trade deals, just what was achieved? That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora, so stay with us.
Well, with diplomacy stalled and traffic through the Strait of Hormuz severely disrupted, U.S. officials are also weighing their military options. Well, President Trump is this week set to meet senior national security advisors to review possible military ways forward. But intensified airstrikes on infrastructure carry escalation risks, including retaliation right across the region. Well, Chip Chapman is a former advisor to U.S. Central Command and joins us now from Salisbury in the United Kingdom. Chip, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I just wanted to start by putting to you a comment that was made by someone I'm sure you know, retired Admiral James Stavridis, a former Supreme Allied Commander in Europe, who told the Washington Post the following: ordering the U.S. Navy to reopen the Strait of Hormuz would require an aircraft carrier with 80 Navy aircraft, a dozen guided missiles, half a dozen minesweepers, 75 plus U.S. aircraft, U.S. Air Force aircraft, 35 Army helicopters, and somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 ground troops on the ground in that part of Iran. So when Iran says this is a quagmire of President Trump's own making, I mean, it sounds like they've got a point.
There's a foundational principle in fleet operations, which is a ship's a fool to fight a fort. It's what the fort is in the Strait of Hormuz at the moment, and how far does that extend both along the coastline and inland, particularly with now what we call the sort of kill zone with drones. So I think you can forget about the numbers that you mentioned. It's a significant part of terrain that you would have to take on to enable or disable the anti-access area denial weapons of the Iranians, in the same way that the American fleet went nowhere near the Venezuelan coast. That is why the American fleet is actually in the North Indian Sea. It's not within the Strait of Hormuz because the risk envelope is too great.
Right, and earlier on this month there was that announcement of a naval mission to try to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, it only lasted about 48 hours, and that does suggest, doesn't it, that the US doesn't necessarily have what it takes. I mean, it's a mission impossible, is it not, to reopen and take control of the strait?
No, I don't think it's a mission impossible, but you need political will and you need the military resources to do it. Anything can be done if you apply enough resources. But I think you have to look really at one of the reasons that they cancelled that operation that you talked about, Tom, and that was for diplomatic reasons, particularly from the Pakistanis wishing to re-energize the negotiations. So really we're looking at a triangle here, which is to do with reward, pressure and concessions. What's happened is we've really gone through two bits of sort of gaming really in the war so far. We had, well, the pre-war, we had the sanctions regime, then we had the kinetic regime. They're now trying the third path, which is the blockade. The key thing here is both of the sides are really adopting a kind of anaconda strategy. That is, who's squeezing the life out of the other side, and it's who blinks first within that, which determines what the outcome of this will be, both either in diplomatic terms, in kinetic terms, or in economic terms. We don't know the outcome to that. There are risks for both sides, and we don't know how long the time pressure conundrum will work for both sides.
There are these classic, slightly overused, sort of almost cliche US doctrines, big stick diplomacy and peace through strength. But do you think diplomacy stands a bit more of a chance if it is accompanied by action and a knowledge on one side that the threats are real?
Well, again, it comes back down to Tolstoy's two greatest warriors being time and patience. Now, the people that you would need to negotiate need to be diplomats, not people who are in the inner circle of Trump. And if you really want to get to a denouement on the nuclear file, which originally was one of the two things that the Americans wanted to do, it's always a foundational principle as well that the Strait of Hormuz should be open, or indeed freedom of navigation should be there, then you need functional experts who understand about nuclear technology. That is why it took so long for the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action to come to fruition in 2015, which of course President Trump rescinded in May 2018. So have the Americans got the patience to negotiate that part of the nuclear file, which is what they want to do? The Strait of Hormuz should be a given, but at the moment you don't sort of negotiate with someone if you think he's already in a surrender posture. And one thing that is clear from the Iranians is they think that they have absolute leverage because of the Strait of Hormuz, and they're not in a surrender posture. And you don't negotiate with a defeated enemy. We never negotiated with the Germans at the end of the Second World War. That is the key thing, that regardless of Trump's rhetoric, the Iranians don't believe themselves to be defeated. They're not. Neither have they been compelled by the US. And that is the real problem, that we're not clear what the ultimate strategic objective of the Americans is. And that's why you have some pushback at the moment, I think, both in the Senate with, looking at potentially not giving them any supplementals, which would technically could stop the campaigning because they would run out of money. Wars are not fought with the defence budget on a year-to-year basis. You need the supplementals for that. And secondly, whether you would have pushback in the next few weeks on the 1973 War Powers Resolution, with people sort of now saying that unless you absolutely tell us what the strategic objective is, Congress will have primacy, not the president, in determining the way forward of this war.
Sounds like there'll be plenty to be talked about tomorrow when President Trump meets his national security team in the Situation Room. They're going to be talking about military options. I mean, what look to you like the most likely military options, given all the complications we've already discussed?
Well, I do think that they will potentially go to striking the sort of energy infrastructure. But again, you have to balance that, because if the CIA's latest missive is to be believed, that the pre-war missile stock of the Iranians is still 75%. then the counteraction from the Iranians is going to be massive retaliation on the energy infrastructure of the Gulf states. And that will push the price of a barrel of oil up once more. And therefore, you alter this reward pressure concession sort of activity which is going on. And of course, it isn't activity which is the important thing. It's the outcome. And one of the things that I've always been critical of in the Americans is there is one of these myths about war that we've been talking about since 2024. It was Mark Milley, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Myth one is you can win wars from afar just by dropping ordnance. You can't. That is tactical activity. It's targets which are being hit. It doesn't necessarily lead to strategic outcomes. Now, that doesn't mean that in conjunction with a blockade wouldn't lead to a strategic outcome. But again, it's very difficult to know when a regime might implode. Structurally, again, the Iranian regime is under massive pressure, economic pressure. The fact that the internet is still down means that people at the lowest level aren't being paid. And there could come a time when the loyalty of those who are in the regime inner circle, particularly bits of either the army or the IRGC, peel off if they are not getting paid. Those structural problems do exist. But again, it's very difficult to measure those sort of things. I remember being in CENTCOM when the Arab Spring happened, and every indicator, for example, in Syria was flashing red. Their GDP dropped by 50%. Over 4 years, the regime held on for over a decade. It's very difficult to predict if a regime will implode.
And just picking up on the point you were making at the beginning of your answer there about the United States going after infrastructure in Iran, power plants, bridges. I mean, the piece in the Washington Post that I quoted at the beginning said that would trigger next-level Iranian retaliation, which it said would result in a humanitarian economic catastrophe that would make what's happened so far look like child's play. I mean, that clearly has to be a major factor, doesn't it, in the US calculations?
And all these things have put the Americans on a horn of a dilemma, because if we look at this both in joint terms and coalition and combined terms, there are other actors here. There's the actor of Israel, which, of course, they went to war with jointly at the beginning of the campaign at the end of February. And the outcomes which the Israelis want are either, firstly, that the nuclear file has to be completely negated, different than what the Americans are saying now in their five terms, which it looks like they're saying they'll accept a moratorium for 20 years. Or secondly, from the Israeli perspective, that there should be regime collapse, because otherwise you've just got a threat postponed from an Israeli perspective. But you're absolutely right, Tom. It's from the Gulf states perspective where you would have regional hegemony at the moment. Either if the Iranians were allowed to keep the Straits of Hormuz as a sovereign reward for the war, or B, that there was massive kinetic activity which destroyed their economies and also really led to a global recession.
Right. I mean, just looking back at these last 2.5 months and the 38 days of Israeli-US bombing, I mean, from a US/Western perspective, has anything been achieved?
No, I don't think it has. And this is, again, one of the problems with the rhetoric that President Trump has a sort of maximalist rhetoric, sort of as a form of personalized coercive bargaining. But that sort of shock wears off. No one takes it seriously anymore. And there are certain countries which won't be bullied, and Iran is one of those countries. So he can say that they've been defeated 37 times on Truth Social, but they haven't been defeated, because although you might have written down some of their physical combat power, it's your total means multiplied by your strength of will, which gives you the power of resistance. They have not been compelled. The power of resistance of the Iranians is still there. It is a pernicious regime. I'd like to see it fall, but at the moment I don't see the indicators which means that would happen in the next week or month.
Yeah, I mean, we're now in the third month of a war that was supposed to last 4 to 5 weeks. And there will be those hawks who are telling President Trump tomorrow, in particular in the context of that national security meeting that he's holding, telling him to finish the job. And again, going back to what a piece in the Washington Post said, Trump has, it says, no good military option to finish the job. I mean, it does sound very much like you would agree with the person that wrote that.
would, because again, I come back to what is the strategic outcome that the Americans wish to achieve in the war. You know, you're attacking and targets is a tactical activity. So when Trump, for example, says that they've destroyed the Iranian Navy, they've destroyed the sort of conventional Navy. That is true, but it is also irrelevant when you still have the Mosquito fleet there, which is the one which holds the Strait of Hormuz to ransom. So it is this confusion of tactics with strategy which has bedeviled the Americans all the way along, I think. It's never been clear what they want to achieve at the strategic level.
You're in a country where the Prime Minister said right at the beginning, regime change cannot be achieved from the air. I mean, to some extent, it seems like he's, in your view, been proven right. Do you think the UK and others were right to stay out of this?
Because you didn't have an end state. No end state was determined by the Americans. We don't know what it was supposed to look like the day after. And there were 10 foundational principles, again, which the UK came up with after the 2003 Iraq intervention, which came out of the long inquiry, which was the Chilcot recommendations. And Chilcot gives you a 10-point checklist, and you can only check about 4 or 5 of those off. So from a UK perspective, then I think it was quite right that we didn't join something where you don't know what you're getting into, and you can use at the moment the word quagmire. It doesn't mean that will always be there, but it doesn't look like it's a clear strategic objective with an outcome for the future which you could sign up to. So I think from a European as well as a UK perspective, it was absolutely right for people not to get involved in something that they were not conditioned to get involved with from the off. And again, from the American military perspective, the American military is an exotic military which answers the question, can you do X, Y, and Z? And it's for CENTCOM to give those options to the president. The should we and must we are political questions. So a range of options will be presented to President Trump and his security advisors tomorrow. It's for the politicians to decide what they want to do, because at the end of the day, war is a continuation of policy with other means, the great Clausewitzian quote that all military folk use.
Okay, so just to wrap up our conversation, Chip, I mean, it sounds like it's going to be very difficult to achieve a full, total military victory here for the United States. Diplomacy is faltering, but there are some reasons to suggest that perhaps some solutions are going to be found in the days ahead. I mean, what's your prediction for the outcome here?
It's a great question, actually, and I think the best way to answer that is to look at how General Kane answered that in the appropriations meetings last week, where he sort of said only political leaders decide victory or defeat, and I'll leave it to them to opine on that. They are the ones who invoke or stop the use of military force. What I think President Trump would like to get to, because this is absolutely going to be his legacy, is to get to a point where he could cut a quick deal. But from his perspective, that deal is going to be better, or at least equivalent to Obama in 2015. And it has got to be something which looks like, even if it's de facto rather than de jure, a open Strait of Hormuz. Otherwise, we are in a status quo ante there on the Strait of Hormuz, and that would look, from my perspective, like a defeat. And I think that would look like a defeat from the Gulf states' perspective because of that regional hegemony which Iran would have by other means.
Okay, we really appreciate you speaking to us. Chip Chapman, former advisor to U.S. Central Command. Thank you very much indeed for your time today, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, Sergei Markov is a former advisor to President Putin and joins us now from Moscow. Mr. Markov, always a pleasure having you on the program. We know that the proposed Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline is one of the key focuses for discussion. What would you say are the main objectives for President Putin's visit to China?
Main objective of President Putin's visit to China is to develop a relationship between Russia and China and to help each other in defending from attack of the coalition of Western imperialist countries. Everybody knows that United States want to have unipolar world, where Western countries should be the master of the world and to have domination. And Europe sometimes has discussion with the United States, but Europe agree with the general idea that Western countries should have domination of the whole world, including China and Russia. And Russia and China are here to resist to such aggression of Western countries, which have different forms. Aggression against Russia has form of occupation of Ukraine by Western countries and imposing Russophobic, repressive, illegal regime in Ukraine and support this regime in the war against Russia. Aggression against China, meaning, first of all, different economic measures trying to limit freedom of world trade, which is China like very much because China is winning in such kind of economic competition on the global market. And Russia and China interesting to help each other and to have specific cooperation. Of course, Chinese believe that United States aggression against Venezuela and Iran, first of all, has goal to limit oil moving to China. And that's why China very much interested about getting oil and gas from Russia. And Russia very much interested in cooperation with China in different industrial areas because it's helped Russia, which economy is smaller than China's economy, to develop own industrial area, including in military industrial conflict, but not only military, generally in civil areas of the civil sectors of the Russian economy as well. So this is a clear goal of such a visit. Also, as already mentioned, Russia and China interesting to develop idea of the multipolar world. And that's why Russia and China are interesting to have different cooperation in the international politics and international organizations. Of course, also Russia wants to help China or in resolving of the Iranian crisis. And Russia has a very specific suggestion how to stop Iranian war. Then time, China interesting to help Russia to stop Ukrainian war. Because for Russia is great tragedy, and so it's the main areas of negotiation and cooperation.
Okay, so clearly lots to talk about, and we'll pick up on some of those points, notably with regards to Iran and Ukraine in just a moment. But I mean, some are saying, you know, Russia has increasing reliance on China for economic support, for political backing. I mean, is this really a partnership of equals, or is Russia the junior partner of the two?
It's the cooperation between Russia and China in economic sphere has to be with more domination of China. But same time, in energy sphere, it's clear that Russia has more domination. This energy sphere includes not only gas and oil, but, for example, construction of nuclear power station, which is much more advanced in Russia. Also, if you look at on the political sphere, you will see that, of course, Russia much more advanced than China, meaning nuclear power capacities and general military industry. And Russian military now much more advanced and developed because of the ultra-modern form of the Ukrainian war in which Russian army has to be involved. So generally, of course, Russia bigger than, so China is bigger than Russia. That's why in a lot of spheres, Russia has to take on account Chinese position more. Okay. But generally, it's cooperation between equal, independent countries. As I told a lot with Chinese. After interview with you, I will have interview with Chinese TV. And I know for sure that Chinese does not pretend to have domination over Russia, because they understand that Russia all the time, all centuries, was only strong, absolutely independent country.
Okay, but I mean, China is a superpower with a superpower, and that superpower is the fact that as a country they are able to host the United States one week and Russia the next week, and Russia can't host the United States. So doesn't that show that Beijing, politically speaking, on the international stage, very much has the upper hand?
Of course, Chinese has a lot of benefits because another two superpowers, such as United States and Russia, involved in the quite war trap, I would say. They involved in the war which they didn't like to be so long and so unexpected, I would say. And of course, because Russia and United States has problems because Iranian war and Ukrainian war, China, of course, has more benefits on international area. But, you know, such countries like United States of America and Russia and China, and by the way, Europe as whole, they're so big that we couldn't expect that they will lose their big high-ranked position on the international area. It could be some kind, their position could be changed, but they will not fall down.
From Moscow's perspective, let's talk a bit about the discussions between President Xi and President Trump that happened last week. I mean, do you think Russia views those talks as having been a victory for one side or the other side or neither side? What was Russia's view of the talks?
First of all, from Russian point of view, the result is not clear. I think Vladimir Putin will ask Xi about specific conditions of such talk between Trump. And generally, I would say the Russian public expert society is divided. Some of them believe that it's a failure of Donald Trump because he was not able to reach help of China in resolving of Iranian crisis. But some of them, and I am among this second position, I believe that it was a normal negotiation, because the main goal of such negotiation between Trump and Xi was moderating of the rule of games for the competition between United States of America and China in technological and economical sphere. Not to allow competition between America and China to move to the crisis of the economical war between them. It was the main goal of such visit. And such goal have been reached, I think.
Okay, I mean, analysts did think perhaps President Xi would help President Trump find a way out of the Iran conflict. I mean, what's your view? I mean, are you surprised that that didn't happen?
I haven't surprised very much, because I think on one hand, China needs Iran oil. But on another hand, as I know, Chinese has supply for the few months of the oil. And also, of course, China interesting weakening of United States because different conflicts, including Iranian war. That's why I didn't expect that China would help Donald Trump to take away from Iranian threat. And that's exactly what happened.
And what's Moscow's position on the Iran war? And is there anything that Moscow could offer to bring to the table to de-escalate and end this conflict?
You know, Russian position of the Iranian war has sometimes contradiction and sometimes coherence. What is contradiction? That Russia is very much beneficial from those war. it's clear that oil prices increase and Russia getting a lot of money because of this. Sanction against Russia in more, undermined by such an Iranian war. And also main Russian enemy now against whom Russia fighting in the Ukrainian war, it's Europe. And Europe has a lot of problems because of war in Iran. And that's why it's also very beneficial for Russia on one hand. But on another hand, Russian leaders believe that to get money, to continue to get money because some people are killing, it's not good. Vladimir Putin, not only geopolitical actor, but he also succeeded all the world great humanists like Leo Tolstoy and Fyodor Dostoevsky. And that's why Vladimir Putin believed that it's much more better for Russia to take part in resolving of Iranian crisis. And Russia has very specific suggestion how to resolve crisis in Iran. Because if in the core of such crisis is problem of military nuclear program of Iran, Russia suggested, okay, let's move highly enriched uranium materials from Iran to the Russian territory. And Russia will have responsible storage of such enriched uranium materials. What this means that if United States follow peace deal, these highly enriched uranium materials from Iran will stay on the Russian territory. But if United States violate peace deal, Russia will give enriched uranium materials back to Iran. Russia only country which can do it, because maybe Russia and China, only two countries who can do it, because Russia and China really dependent on United States of America. It's very specific Russian suggestion which can resolve Iranian war. To our regret, Donald Trump still has two radical demands to Iran, and Donald Trump denied now this Russian suggestion. But maybe after a few months, even Donald Trump would agree with this Russian idea.
Okay, let's talk a bit about Ukraine as well. And you mentioned that Ukraine may be something that Presidents Xi and Putin discuss during the next couple of days. I mean, you seem to be suggesting at the beginning of this interview that perhaps China had some advice or some support to offer Russia with regards to this ongoing conflict. What does that support or advice look like, do you think?
I think Russian and Chinese position of the Ukrainian war are very close to each other. Both countries believe that much more better to have peace as soon as possible in Ukraine. And both of countries believe that aggressor in Ukrainian war is Western countries who impose imperialist neo-colonial regime to the poor Ukrainian slaves. Both of countries believe that real master of Ukraine is not President Zelensky, who is just puppet in the hands of the real master, who is Western countries. First of all, United States, now it's more European Union. And both countries, Russia and China, believe that peace deal on Ukraine should give some guarantee to the Ukraine to peace, not to Zelensky, not to Ukrainian neo-Nazi, repressive, neo-colonial, illegal, Russophobic regime, but to Ukrainian people, it should be guaranteed. But at the same time, it should be guaranteed to the Russian security. And Russian and Chinese suggestion more or less going in same direction. And both countries also believe that Russian-China economic cooperation should defend itself from economic aggression of United States, Great Britain, and Europe.
Okay, and we've heard you call President Zelensky a neo-Nazi before. I think a lot of people might disagree with that, including people who voted for him in Ukraine.
It's clear fact. You know, that Zelensky Jewish, who is head of neo-Nazi regime, it's absolutely clear fact. You know, even those who publicly deny this in your TV and another TV, they know for sure in their mind that it's exactly neo-Nazi regime. All European leaders, believe me, if you drank wine with them all of them would agree with this.
Okay, well, that's not what they're telling us. But anyway, just to wrap up this conversation, when Russia says it's got very high expectations of this visit by President Putin to Beijing, what does that mean? What are you expecting?
I expect that it will be a lot of secret talks because Russia and China now has, first of all, cooperation in different sensitive economic areas. And this sensitive economic joint project of Russia and China under the aggressive attacks of a Western coalition, which includes United States, Europe, and Great Britain, some and other countries. That's why all this negotiation about economic cooperation will have to be in the top secret, and I think, will not know at least these weeks and months about the result of those negotiations. What we will have more or less abstract words about peace, peaceful resolution of all international crises, and needs to have independent country and to respect international law and United Nations role in international area. Something like this. So it will be two levels. One level of the very abstract, positive statement of two leaders, and another secret level of the very specific joint project in the very sensitive and important for both countries areas.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, in a few words, this is President Putin's 25th visit to China. That's a lot of visits over the last 26 years or so. What would be a couple of words you would use to describe the state of relations between Beijing and Moscow?
The relation between Russia and Moscow is strategic friendship. It's a political ally, not military ally, but political and economic ally. And both countries has to be friends because both countries under the aggressive attack of the Western coalition who want to impose own dominations over both Russia and China. And also we should add that Xi and Vladimir Putin, very good personal friends who respect each other very much. And I am as well.
Okay. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Sergei Markov, former advisor to President Putin. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked a great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It was heavy on optics, but was it light on outcomes? President Donald Trump hailed his visit to China an historic moment. It certainly appears to have thawed diplomatic tensions, but with no movement on Iran, uncertainty around Taiwan, and a lack of headline-grabbing trade deals, just what was achieved? We'll debate the latest on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. When you consider President Trump and his MAGA allies have made political sport out of demonising China, this recent state visit was a relationship reset.
This has been an incredible visit. I think a lot of good has come of it. We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries. He's a man I respect greatly.
Between praising the size of China's roses and the friendly photo ops, the US announced a smattering of deals, particularly in the agriculture and aviation sectors. But nothing like the $250 billion commercial signing ceremony that marked Trump's 2017 Beijing trip. Is it a sign that China doesn't need the US as much as the US needs China? Two other agenda items left undetermined were Taiwan and Iran. The president still won't be drawn on whether he'll approve the latest arms deal with Taipei and says the US doesn't need China's help to end the Iran war.
Mr. President, did President Xi make any firm commitment to put pressure on the Iranians to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm not asking for any favors. Because when you ask for favors, you have to do favors in return. We don't need favors.
Hot on Trump's heels, Russia's Vladimir Putin is now taking centre stage in the Chinese capital. Is the timing a coincidence? Coming up, we'll debate if the smiling state visit indicates stronger, more balanced relations or a weaker US looking to mend fences. Why President Trump didn't push China on Iran, and if President Xi is cementing his position as a stable alternate global leader. Joining the discussion is Kian Tajbakhsh, Iranian-American scholar and professor of international relations at New York University. Carla Sands is back with us, Vice President for Energy and Environment at the America First Policy Institute. And rounding out our panel on Counterpoints, Sean Ryan, founder of the China Market Research Group. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, Donald Trump and many MAGA Republicans have long made rivalry with China a cornerstone of their economic rhetoric, accusing China at times of ripping off the US and stealing manufacturing jobs. But there was no evidence of that previous animosity during this current President Trump's two-day visit to Beijing. Both leaders were all smiles and they hailed progress on various diplomatic portfolios. President Trump talked up the fantastic trade deals that were secured, although many observers weren't overly impressed with the outcomes. Carla, this visit has, on the surface at least, appeared to demonstrate a reset in relations. Does it indicate stronger, more balanced relations, or a weaker US looking to mend fences with a newly stronger China?
Well, it's a fair question, and we could see that on the surface, things looked very pleasant. But as a matter of fact, Chairman Xi did raise the talk of a diminishing U.S. He did raise Taiwan with President Trump. And, you know, they had private talks that were not for public consumption. And so I would say President Trump is great at diplomacy. He's probably the best ever president, making friends with every world leader. But the fact is there are tensions. But we want to have a good relationship with every country, excuse me, and we want to have great trade with every country. And that's really the secret sauce for all of our shared prosperity. So I think President Trump was mission accomplished to get more planes ordered by China, to get some more exports for our American farmers, and to raise things like human rights issues and pastors that are being held by the communist government, as well as Jimmy Lai.
Sean, was this a successful US mission? Was it mission accomplished for President Trump, or was it an indication that the US is looking to reset relations because it needs China more than China needs it?
Yeah, it doesn't look like this was mission accomplished for the United States, and it's scary whenever someone uses George Bush's terms. I think Carla wants to be appointed back into the Trump administration because quite clearly China has the upper hand in the relationship economically between the U.S. right now, and that has happened only since Trump has come back because Trump is not good at dealing with other world leaders. He's started causing tension, not just with China in 2017 by launching the trade war, but also with our historical allies like Canada, like the UK, like France. None of our historical allies are supporting Trump in the United States right now and Iran. And that's why China right now has the upper hand in the trade war. So, for instance, before the trade war, China was buying $300 billion a year of semiconductors from America. That's not happening right now because of Trump's export controls. Even during the Biden regime, China was buying $30 billion worth of agricultural products a year. Now that number dropped to $8.5 billion in 2025, and Trump is saying this is great. We're getting the number to only $17 billion with soybeans because China's buying soybeans from Brazil and Argentina, buying beef from Australia. So what's happened is because of Trump, China is de-risked from the United States. Instead of buying American products, they're now buying elsewhere. And one key point, as Carla said, China's buying Boeing airplanes. They've only supposedly pledged to buy 200 Boeings, which would be the first time China bought Boeing airplanes in almost a decade. Last year alone, they bought 350 Airbus jets. So the trade war has completely been a failure for the United States, has hurt our ability to make money, and just increased tension. So respectfully, I disagree with Carla there.
Kian, before I bring you in, Carla, do you want to jump in on that and have a response?
I would love to.
Go ahead.
I would love to. So the Chinese Communist Party does reward countries that kowtow to the party. Australia has China as their biggest trading partner. The U.S., China's not even one of our largest trading partners. Our biggest trading bloc is with the EU. And then we have other countries individually. And the Chinese Communist Party is attempting to replace the U.S. farm products with farm products from countries like Brazil, who are easier to control because they're just not as powerful. The United States is actually the most powerful it's been probably in my lifetime because we have a strong leader in President Trump. Our economy is growing very quickly right now. And I know it's a little blip with this Iran war with the cost of energy, but companies are reindustrializing. It's really exciting to see us regain our footing as a maker, not just a country that does sort of soft production. We have to make steel, aluminum, refine our own rare earth elements. We have to make our own pharmaceuticals and precursors. We have to be self-sufficient in order to be secure. And President Trump is moving us in that direction because of his leadership of putting America first.
Kian, do you agree with Carla? Do you think that China views America today as the strongest it's ever been?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on again. It's great to be with you and my fellow panelists. Look, from a geopolitical perspective, the question of how the summit ended and whether that shows and what it shows, I would make two distinctions and discuss these in terms of two dimensions. One is short-term and long-term economics, and the other is local and global geopolitics. Let me take the first one. I'm not going to I don't have the expertise that my fellow panelists have on specific trade issues at the moment, but the reality is that two things are happening. One is that China and the U.S. are delinking. I mean, they are de-risking, let us say, but that is going in the direction of delinking, and that's a geopolitical decision. Just as Carla mentioned, the result of the COVID wake-up call for the U.S. was that it was very hard to have supply chains in the West dependent on a geopolitical adversary. And it's not only the U.S. that wants to de-risk, it's China also. So there is this kind of mutual delinking. So that is a long-term trend that we're going to have to keep in mind. irrespective of what happens in the medium term. The other thing about the economics, remember, is that China depends on the United States for its economic growth more than the U.S. depends on China. The U.S. is the biggest market for Chinese exports, and it needs to have access to that market. And so I think that is one dimension I keep in mind. Now, let me just go to the geopolitics. I think that all the smiles and the, let us say, muted response. I mean, there were no fireworks. There was no great breakthrough. There was no great animosity at the end of the summit. And I think that shows two things. One is that the China and the U.S. Agree that their economic relationship over the long term is paramount, and that Iran is a minor secondary issue to be managed and contained. So I think that that's why we didn't hear a lot about that. I think that, China, President Trump was reported to ask the Chinese premier for support on Iran. I doubt, whatever they said, I doubt China would actually give any support, because the reality is that over the last 30 years, and particularly since the 30-year or 25-year agreement that China had with Iran, China has been investing very, very heavily, not only in investing in Iranian physical infrastructure, but much more important, China has been deeply now integrated in Iran's surveillance and digital infrastructure, and the Iran war is clearly one attempt by the U.S. to push back against Chinese influence in the Middle East on Iran and the Houthis. If you remember, China was giving satellite imagery to the Houthis to target ships. So I think that this is the big geopolitical picture, and I think that China is basically waiting to see what happens with this war.
I'm going to put a pin in in Iran just for a moment, because we're going to come to that in greater depth as we move through in this debate. So I just want you all to hold a thought there of what Kian has said. I'm going to hand it back to you firstly, Sean, though, to pick up on what both Carla and Kian have said, that China depends on the US more than the US depends on China. Would you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I think it's 2026. It's not 2016. So my fellow panelists are using outdated information and numbers. So if we're talking 10 years ago, they would have been right. But here's the thing. In 2017, 17% of China's exports went to the United States. That number is down to only about 11%. A full 18% now goes to ASEAN. So here's the thing. Over the last 10 years, Western Europe and the United States have said we need to de-risk from China. But the reality is they really haven't. China has de-risked from the United States by then forging strong trade relations with the Middle East, Africa, Latin America. And that's why Trump has come up with the Don Roe Doctrine. That's why Trump is threatening China in the global south right now, because China's gotten so strong as the largest trade partner of about 140 countries around the world. That number was only about 40 10 years ago. But here's the thing. America likes to say that they've de-risked from China, and it makes great sound bites for politicians. But the reality isn't there. Let's look at some of the leverage that China has over the United States. Now, people have talked about rare earths. China right now refines about 90% of rare earths. It's actually fairly easy to find rare earths. You can get it in Greenland. You can get it in Brazil. You can get it in Ukraine, which is why Trump and some of his lackeys have tried to control Greenland. The difficulty is not getting access to rare earths. It's refining them. And China's probably got a 10-year lead minimum on refining capabilities. But it's not just rare earths. It's also ferrochrome and chrome ore. It's copper. It's nickel. It's tungsten. China has the refining capabilities that the United States simply doesn't have. And then it's also antibiotics and ibuprofen. You know, 95% of antibiotics comes through India and China at some point, and China makes almost 100% of ibuprofen and paracetamol. So China has all of the upper hand in the trade war with the United States. So Scotty Bessent said China had deuces. He said that China relies on the United States for their economic growth. Again, this is 2026. It's not 2016. Only 2.5% of China's economy is based off of exports to the United States. Now, both countries in a rational, sane world would say we need each other. Economic trade between both countries clearly benefits the United States, and it obviously benefits China. So China wants to have good relations with the United States, but they have de-risked because they're worried about warmongers, xenophobes, and imperialists from the U.S. trying to contain and destabilize the CPC.
Carla?
Yeah, well, I completely disagree personally, and all political views are my own, but I do believe that China wrote a paper about 10 years ago and it said made in China 2025. And they were working to dominate in the sort of high tech and technical manufacturing world. Absolutely wanted to dominate it internally and then export to the rest of the world. Just one example where they have a plan. The Chinese government is certainly very strategic in how they make long-term plans and then they execute them fairly well. We are working as fast as we can to get that onshore refining because there's no question the rare earth elements are essential for our day-to-day manufacturing, but also for our defense industry. And as we look at President Trump's view of the world, he's really looking to realign the world to make it safer for the American people and our allies. And he's made efforts in Venezuela where he's removed the leadership there that was basically running a narco-trafficking state, heavily influenced by Iran, the Mullah regime, and China and Russia. And he's getting that in a better place. We're now taking that oil and refining it like we did about 10 years ago. And most of that energy was going to China at discounted rates because Venezuela was sanctioned. Same thing with Iran. 90% of the energy was going to China at discounted rates. Well, that's now as we reorganize Iran and Iran behaves like a normal country, which is the goal. China will not be able to buy energy at discounted rates. It'll have to buy it at market rates. And we're about to start selling, it sounds like, some of our American energy to China, which is wonderful. We already sell our coal to China. China today is the only country in the world that is really growing like this in its energy. It's increasing. It's building about 38 nuclear power plants right now, about 30 new coal-fired plants, and they import all kinds of energy. And it's important because if you want to be a great industrial country with industrial might, you have to have enough energy. And certainly China, the Chinese leadership understands that and is determined to have baseload power, where the U.S. and Europe, we're kind of bumping along with a flat line almost of energy in spite of President Trump's work to get our energy growing. And so that is the biggest effort, I would say, in his administration, is increase American energy, sell it to our friends, but also increase our industry so that we are a great power. And if there is a conflict, we're prepared.
Mm-hmm.
Could I just jump in here and just say, I was just looking up my notes, and as I say, I'm willing to be corrected, but based on a report from the Council on Foreign Relations on U.S.-China trade relationship, just a few days ago, the headline is, China is one of the largest export markets for the U.S. goods and services, and the United States is the top export market for China. And so that was, I was basing my remarks on that, based on this report. And I think that, as I say, to build off the previous comments, I think it's true. There is diversification happening, and what the U.S. and China clearly see, I think, is that that the future of the world, and I look at the relationship more from a geopolitical point of view, is they understand that the future of our planet and our world and our geopolitical stability does depend on a cooperative relationship between China and the United States as much as possible. And so I think both countries are trying to find a way to have a thinner but more cooperative relationship. Essentially, strengthening the globalization element, the trade and the economic element. That's the point that I was just trying to make.
Well, you talk about it depends on cooperation, so that is a little bit of give and take, a little bit of a strategic balance, and Taiwan has always been that complex diplomatic balancing act for the United States. President Trump, upon his return, described the delayed weapons sale to Taipei as a very good negotiating chip for Washington. Carla, is the US using Taiwan as a bargaining tool in its other sort of strategic discussions with China?
Well, certainly we love the people of Taiwan as we do the people of China. There's no question. And the chips that Taiwan makes are essential to every country's modern capabilities. But President Trump has encouraged Taiwan to bring that IP to the U.S. and manufacture here in the United States because it is more secure. Do you think
if they don't, the US President Trump would withdraw his support? Is this just another example of Taiwan being used as a bargaining tool?
Well, President Trump is the world's greatest diplomat, I think. I mean, he wrote the book, The Art of the Deal. So he's not going to take anything off the table. At the same time, he's very fair-minded. He doesn't turn on his friends. He brings his friends in closer. And so I think that
Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, well, he turns on anyone who's close to him.
Sorry, but you don't know what conversations were had that were not for public consumption. And we never know that between world leaders.
Pence, it's literally anybody who gets close to Trump gets into trouble politically afterwards.
Well, so we don't need to divert
That's why you're
into
feeling to the party line very well. I wonder if you live in China or if you live in the United States right now.
Well, I'm not going to talk while you're talking over me, so go ahead.
Finish up your point there, Carla, and then I'll throw it over to Sean.
Terrific. So what I'm saying is that the key important facts are that President Trump wants the American people to be secure and prosperous, and he wants to share that security and prosperity with our friends. That's why he wrote in the National Security Strategy back in November of last year, begging Europe, please have good policies, come back and join us, re-embrace your culture, protect your laws, protect your borders, control your immigration, have sensible energy policy. The fact that they're letting their cultures go and committing civilizational suicide, I believe was a term, is very concerning because we need our greatest friends where the United States, where our ancestors came from, most of us, was from Europe and the UK. And so it's also where our laws came from, our religion, our culture. And so President Trump is looking at the world from the 3,000 or 30,000 foot level and saying, how do we make sure that we're secure? So he's not letting the problems go that former presidents did. For instance, other presidents let Venezuela sit there and become very, very dangerous, exporting Hezbollah training camps. Or he let Iran fester, other presidents, for 47 years. President Trump is saying, not on my watch. I'm going to take care of this. It may not be popular. It's the right thing to do. So I do believe he is guided by a strong North Star.
Okay. Sean, what do you make of it? Is Taiwan being used as a little bit of a chess piece pawn?
I'm not really sure how to respond to Carla. Maybe it's my audio, but I thought she said that Venezuela is exporting Hezbollah and was talking a lot about the true Americans are coming from Western Europe. I guess my family, who's Chinese and Jewish, doesn't count as true Americans, even though we've been in the U.S. for 200 years. But it's very clear that Taiwan is being used as a bargaining chip by Trump. He's not looking at it as an ideological basis, which is actually why the Chinese prefer dealing with Trump. He's actually reasonably popular in China rather than Biden, because the feeling with Biden was you were dealing with, a liberal democracy versus evil communist authoritarian fight. It was an ideological battle of Western imperialism. But clearly, Trump is a lot more transactional. So Biden had said several times that he would support Taiwan militarily if Taiwan ever declared independence. Well, Trump has said, we'll sell weapons to Taiwan, but they're not close partners in the same way that it was under previous administrations. The United States did sell $25 billion worth of military weapons to Taiwan last week, but that's down from the $40 billion that President Lai of Taiwan originally wanted. And that's because the KMT, the opposition party, voted against Taiwan buying a lot of arms from the United States. And here's the thing. Relations between Taiwan's KMT, again, the opposition party, and the CPC in China are probably the best in the 29 years that I lived in China. The chairwoman, Chang, of the KMT actually visited China recently, spent a week traveling around, was treated like a hero, met with Chairman Xi himself, and afterwards reiterated the one China policy. So I'm not particularly worried about tension in Taiwan unless the United States tries to turn Taiwan into a proxy war like they did with Ukraine, trying to sort of put Russia into morass, or unless Trump, moves in order to take the chips. But I don't think that's going to happen. I'm actually not concerned that in the next 3 to 4 years that there will be armed conflict in Taiwan. But we have to really understand, what is a true American? Is it me, my family, who's Chinese, who worked on the San Francisco gold mines for 200 years? Or is it just some, let's be honest, Caucasian white people who came from England, 100 years ago, or, from where Carla used to be the ambassador in Denmark? I think it's very dangerous to sort of define what a true American is based off of racial heritage.
Okay.
If I may, just really briefly, if I may just respond.
Yeah, Kian, let's just let Carla directly respond, and then Kian, I'll hand it over to you.
So our founders actually were from the UK and Europe, or from Great Britain and Europe. That's a fact. And then secondly, there were Hezbollah or training camps in Venezuela, and they were exporting them to the countries nearby. And so that was part of Iran festering in the Western Hemisphere, just right near the United States and South America. And then lastly, President Trump continues the American policy of strategic ambiguity regarding Taiwan, and that is our official position.
Okay, Kian, a quick pickup from you, and then I'm going to move us on specifically to Iran.
Right. What I wanted to say, I wanted to pick up on the question of Taiwan, and I think that because there was a mention about, and I think we can talk about it later about Iran, because I think the question of Iran could be seen as a proxy war currently between the United States and China. But in terms of, it was referred to before about how in the most recent 2025 national security strategy, the Trump administration has focused, and many people have said this, has focused on the Western Hemisphere, the Don Roque doctrine as the preeminent, a focus of the strategy. I don't read it that way. Actually, if you look at the section on China, if you look at the section on Taiwan, it is very, very strong in reiterating a now 50-year U.S. policy called the island chain doctrine, and the 2025 national security strategy states very clearly that the United States it is a policy of the United States to maintain military overmatch throughout the entire first island chain, and that the defense of Taiwan ultimately is part of the national vital interest of the United States. Now, of course, that allows ambiguity for when and under what conditions the U.S. might enter. But I think that many people have underestimated that section to suggest that somehow the U.S. has abdicated its foreign policy focus away from the Pacific and away from the South China Sea towards the Western Hemisphere. As I say, it's very clear. And the week after that, actually, the Secretary of War, Hegseth, actually called for greater military investment and support to maintain the first island chain. And of course, if you remember that when the Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi made a wave because she claimed that if China made a move on Taiwan, it would be considered a direct attack on Japanese sovereignty. And that relates to the Okinawa And so I think that, and she got support from the United States. So all I'm trying to say here is I think that we should just focus that I think that, as far as the national security strategy is concerned, and the money that's being put in support of what it calls military overmatch, and it says in the security strategy that the U.S. will maintain freedom of navigation within the Taiwan Straits by any means necessary, including military force. Now, whether that is actually enforced or reneged, but I think that it's important that we see that as an important backdrop whenever there's a summit between Xi and Trump, because the Chinese know that this is the American foreign policy.
We're getting on in our debate here, so I want to change topics now. We could continue to talk about Taiwan for the rest of the show, but I don't want to run out of time to discuss Iran, because we're seeing Russian President Vladimir Putin now arriving in Beijing. And Iran is, of course, a key Russian and Chinese ally. They're a member of BRICS, excuse me, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is primarily a military and security organization based in Beijing. Now, despite words of support for a cessation of hostilities, China and Russia have refrained from supporting Iran in the same manner that perhaps you could argue the US and the European countries have supported Ukraine. So, Kian, why haven't we seen Russia and China be more open and demonstrative in their support of Iran, or, reversely, more willing to moderate a peace deal?
Well, as to your first question, I don't think we should underestimate the support that Russia and China are giving Iran. In fact, Russia, and I don't know what the exact volume of these exports are, but you know that the original Iran Shahed drone, which has caused so much havoc in the Gulf and also in Ukraine, that has been taken over by Russia. It's been repurposed and redesigned and made more advanced. And Russia is exporting those drones back to Iran. So that is a very important lifeline for blunting the U.S. ability to degrade Iran's military capacity over time. If Russia can keep resupplying Iran with important drones, which will they then use to threaten ships in the Persian Gulf, that's an important support. The China is also. We just heard yesterday that some Chinese ship was held up by Iranian IRGC, and that's an interesting development. But I think that what it shows is that China is obviously still very interested in maintaining its source of oil, even though it doesn't get a majority of its oil from Iran. It gets a majority of its oil from Saudi Arabia. But China's play is essentially to use the Middle East as much as possible as a lever to dislodge and to degrade and to weaken the United States. One could even see it as a proxy war, as I mentioned earlier. That is to say, everything that the U.S. has to spend, time, money, material, and so forth, in the Mideast theater is what the U.S. cannot use, or at least is compromised to use in Taiwan. And so, it is in the Chinese interest to maintain, Iran's resistance economy as much as it can, and that's why it's not doing anything to support the U.S. At the moment, of course, China is not able to support directly Iran, but it will in terms of anti-cruise missiles, which by some accounts have already arrived over the last few years in Iran, and those are very dangerous to American warships in the Gulf. And so I think we should not underestimate the extent to which behind the scenes Russia and China are doing two things. One is continuing their support through their military and digital and other kinds of infrastructure, and two, not doing anything to pressure Iran to compromise with the United States.
Sean, how do you see that assessment there? Is it in China's interest for the US to be bogged down in Iran? And is that the gamble that the Chinese leadership is making?
Well, I mean, I think the tension in Iran was started by the Americans in Israel. So I'm not sure why we're blaming China for the Americans and the Israelis getting embroiled in yet another endless war in the Middle East. But what I would say is I wouldn't overestimate or exaggerate the help or the closeness of China with Iran. I think there's a cartoon-like view of foreign affairs in the United States amongst the establishment, where they view that China is the puppet master of Iran or super close ally. I would actually say that China is close to Iran, and for that matter, Russia, as a matter of survival. When you have the pro-democracy ideologues who are clearly trying to contain China's rise, destabilize the CPC, and push for regime change, the CPC is waking up every day saying, we need to get close to Russia, we need to get close to Iran as a matter of survival, not because they're actually that close. When you look at it, China does about $108 billion of trade, not with Iran every year, but with Saudi Arabia, and $103 billion of trade with the UAE. Officially, they only do about $15 billion of trade with Iran. Probably the number goes up to $35 billion when you account for gray area unofficial oil. But when you look at it, the actual trade numbers between the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and China dwarfs by like 7-8 times the trade between China and Iran. So I would find it very hard to believe that China would be giving military equipment. They might be giving some satellite data to the Iranians because they don't want to hurt their allies who they might even be closer to with Saudi Arabia and the UAE. When you look at it, 3 weeks ago, the Crown Prince of the UAE, of Abu Dhabi, visited Chairman Xi in Beijing. You see that Saudi Arabia just opened up their second office for PIF, their international investing arm, in China 2 weeks ago. So relations between China and other countries in the Middle East is as strong, if not stronger than Iran. So I would hope that the establishment in the U.S. would sort of maybe get a better understanding and a less cartoon-like view of China. And it's great that Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, finally visited China for the first time last week. I don't think any board of a Fortune 500 company would appoint a CEO or head of international without ever visiting China one time. But somehow Trump has done that with Marco Rubio. We have ignorant, uneducated people in charge in D.C., and it's hurting the whole world.
Carla?
If I may respond, thank you. First of all, Marco Rubio has turned out to be an incredibly capable Secretary of State, just to rebut that. And the second thing is that there are trucks and trains from China taking equipment into Iran, chemicals. They're also manufacturing some of those missiles in China on behalf of Iran. This is a fact. And President Trump, if you look at the idea that he said about this conflict having been started by Israel and the United States, that is patently false. 47 years ago, the Iranian mullahs took over and said death to America from the podium and the pulpit every single day. And when a country says death to you, you have to take it seriously. And that's why the threats by the Chinese leadership, we do take seriously. We're continuing a good relationship, but we're not stupid.
The Chinese leadership? When did they ever say to blow up America? Con, you're getting very confused on facts here.
You're interrupting me again. It's very rude.
Yeah, because you're misinforming the public. You're misinforming people around the world.
Misinforming the public. There have been very pugnacious statements made by Chinese leadership. Yes, at the highest level.
If you're going to say that, please share it. I haven't seen it.
But the fact is that the suicidal, revolutionary, crazy mullah regime of Iran is an existential threat to the United States, but also to the region and the world. You can't let a group like that have a nuclear bomb or have these medium range warheads, which they're working on long range, which could even threaten the United States homeland. So this is a threat, and I'm proud that President Trump is working to defeat them and to defang them. And I wish that our NATO allies would be helping, since they rely more on the Strait of Hormuz by far than we do.
But they're not helping. So I thought you said that Marco Rubio and Donald Trump were the greatest negotiators and, policymakers in the history of the world. I mean, it's clear that the whole world doesn't like what's going on in Iran, except for the Israelis and the Americans. It's clear that Benjamin Netanyahu is finally getting what he's been trying to get the Clintons, the Bushes, the Obamas, the Bidens to do for 40 years. And we've now got egg on the face of the United States, which is hurting our prestige. We can't beat the Iranians. You know, we can't get our allies in NATO to help. So we have really hurt American standing. It's shocking for Americans like me who live overseas to see what's happened in the last year to our standing.
Yeah, if I could jump in, a lot of my perspective is shaped by my particular experience as a former democracy and human rights activist inside Iran. I think some of your viewers before had known I was imprisoned by the IRGC in 2009. I was held in Evin prison for over a year for my political activism and for supporting and representing American organizations. I'm a dual Iranian American citizen, but I'm exiled from Iran currently. And then I was held under 6 years under house arrest until I was one of the 4 Iranian Americans that was released under the JCPOA. So I actually have a very complicated relationship with that earlier Iranian deal because I wouldn't be free without it, but I have analytical problems with it. Let's put it that way. But let me just say, so that's the perspective in which I approach this, and to say that I think that for many, the majority of Iranians that oppose the regime inside Iran, and that I estimate at least 60% or 70% of Iranians oppose this regime and want to live under a free regime integrated into the Western world, not necessarily, tied at the hip with the United States, but certainly not antagonistic with it. For most of those majority of Iranians, they feel actually what I have said in previous appearances, that I'm not here necessarily to support the war because I'm a civil society activist, but I would say that I think analytically and historically it's important to recognize, I don't think it's right to say that President Trump or Prime Minister Netanyahu started this war with Iran. I think they want to finish a war that Iran started 47 years ago in 1979, and that they've never ceased fighting, not against Israel, not against the United States, and not, more importantly for me, not against the majority of Iranian people who want to live under a different regime. So I think that to bring it to our conversation today, I think the relationship with China, that majority of Iranians will view this 25-year treaty or agreement that Iran had with China as taking Iran in the wrong direction, in the sense of joining what is becoming to be viewed as the axis of authoritarianism around the world. And most of those Iranians would prefer to be connected with the Western modern world. So I think that China plays a very important role, even for those Iranians inside Iran, because they see Iran being locked into a future, which I think for them, they feel reduces their life chances, lessen their life chances, both materially and also in terms of personal freedoms and a thriving life.
Carla, I want to pick up on a bit of what Kian's saying there. If Chinese firms, so President Trump says that that the Chinese leadership assured him that they haven't supplied weapons to Iran, but Chinese firms have supplied satellite imagery to assist the IRGC striking U.S. forces in the Middle East. So how can Republicans happily sit and watch President Trump cozy up and play nice to China when China is working against them in Iran?
Well, it's a big world. President Trump represents all Americans, not just Republicans, for instance. And he's focused on ending this conflict. I would say he's the president of peace. He's not going to start any more forever wars, these sort of, wars that presidents would start, and we'd be stuck for 20 years trying to bring democracy to a place that isn't democratic, that has a different form of leadership, which is they have a right to have a different form. But what has happened in Iran, for instance, the mullah regime and the IRGC have basically stolen hand over fist the wealth of that country, because Iran is a powerful, wealthy country. It has all this energy, and it has very smart, educated young people, and they want prosperity. But what's happened is, because of the theft of the money where they've enriched themselves, or they have funded the terror groups, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthi rebels, because of all of this, they haven't paid attention to infrastructure in Iran. Iran is collapsing, whether it's the water that people can't get, fresh water, or whether it's the non-investment. If you go to a strong energy country, even a smaller one like Azerbaijan, if the leadership invests the money, the proceeds from the energy into the infrastructure, you can see it, the people feel it, and they have more opportunity for prosperity. What's happened in Iran is they haven't done that, and then they've oppressed the people with this medieval, oppressive regime, and the torment and torture and killing and even sexual torture of the people of Iran. It's truly evil, but that's not the reason that President Trump is in this conflict. It's a short-lived conflict. He is there because they are a threat to the United States because of their nuclear ambitions, the fact that they have enough nuclear material to make bombs right now, and the fact that they have these medium range missiles moving toward long-range missiles, the fact that they can hit Europe right now, the heart of Europe, or the UK, that is a threat. And so that's why, you see the Middle Eastern countries saying, pause, don't attack right now. We're working on a peace deal. But they are standing with us. It was shocking to me that the Iranian mullahs and the IRGC attacked their best friends. They attacked Oman when Oman was brokering those early talks. They attacked Qatar. These are not like non-friendly countries to Iran. Historically, they have a good relationship. So I think that the clock is ticking. I know the IRGC is not centralized. It's decentralized throughout Iran. But the United States has more cards to play. We can take the funds that they've squirreled away in bank accounts. We can certainly really choke off things getting out, not just through the strait, but the roads and the railroads. And then I think the pain will compel these. There's going to have to be enough pain to compel these the leaders and the IRGC members to lay down their arms.
We're almost out of time, so I just want to pivot us back to how China weighs in on this with you to wrap us up, Sean. I'll ask you the same question that I put to Carla there. I mean, if we're seeing President Trump and Xi standing together talking about this historic moment and this wonderful relationship they have, how can China stand beside the US and say that when we know that China is supplying Iran with the information to strike not just US forces, but as you were talking about, the Middle East countries as well that apparently China has such a good relationship with?
Well, I think China wants to play all different sides and not get into military confrontation with any country. So it wants to have good relations with Iran, good relations with Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar, but in the background push for peace, because it's clear the Chinese are focused not on warmongering, not on imperialism. I don't think when they become the most powerful nation in the world, they're going to be like the United States or Western Europeans and be sort of colonists. I think it's going to be a much more saner, more peaceful world if they were to be able to more of a tributary-like state where China exerts power through trade. But I think at the end of the day, what's clear to me is that China wants good relations with the United States. And I think that's something that Americans really need to understand. China has felt betrayed over the last 8 years at the deterioration of U.S.-China relations. When you look at it, most of China's leaders from the 1980s on, they sent their kids or their grandkids not to Russia or the Soviet Union to study, but to the United States. So you look at people like Deng Xiaoping. His grandkids went to Duke. You look at Hu Yaobang. His grandkids went to Yale. And then even more modern era, Jiang Zemin, the former president, his grandson went to Harvard. And the current president, Xi Jinping, his daughter went to Harvard.
His daughter's a Harvard alumni.
Exactly. And so it's like, a lot of the elite in China feel confused and betrayed about what's happened in the last 8-9 years. They went to the top universities in America to learn best of American know-how, bring back that knowledge to China to help rebuild China's economy, do things like the Made in China 2025 plan, which is about improving the quality of life for Chinese by having better access to technology. How is that a bad thing? But somehow politicians are now demonizing these types of enrichment and R&D campaigns as evil and as a threat to the United States. So what I want viewers to know is that China, you can't just look at things with all roses and flowers, right? Could they be a risk to the United States? Potentially. But you have to look at China more as a potential partner. Stop calling it an adversary. Call it as a strategic competitor. Cooperate where you can and have differences where you have elsewhere. And I'll use one final example to end it. Australia had great relations with China before Scott Morrison became prime minister. And then relations got terrible and there was a lot of economic coercion slapped on Australia. The Australians slapped a lot of economic coercion on China. But then the new prime minister from Australia, Albanese, said, you know what, we need to do trade with China. They account for about 45% of our trade. We will disagree respectfully with China on areas that we disagree on, with values or with feelings, but we're going to go and do it respectfully. I think if the United States started using that term with China, which I have to give credit for Trump for saying, then relations will be better and we'll all be better off.
Well, maybe on...
Sean, could I just say one thing? I think that what you're leaving out, I don't disagree with you, but what I think what you're leaving out is the agency of China itself. Why does China make other countries feel threatened? And it's because a lot of their trade practices were not transparent or fair and so forth. So I think that we should also include, the Chinese responsibility for some of the reactions that they faced.
It has been an interesting week in geopolitics, as it always is when we have President Trump and Xi on the same world stage. But we are out of time, so we will have to leave it there. But I appreciate all of your diverse opinions. Kian Tajbakhsh, Iranian-American scholar and Professor of International Relations at New York University. Carla Sands, Vice President for Energy and Environment at the America First Policy Institute. And Sean Ryan, founder of the China Market Research Group. To all of you, thanks for being on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to this episode. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, you can, of course, catch us on Al Arabiya English on YouTube and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Guangzhou. When in China, visit Guangzhou. Guangzhou was once called Canton. It is the capital of Guangdong Province and is the host venue for the busy Canton Fair. Thousands of tourists visit the city for a number of reasons: the wonderful scenery, the local culture, and the authentic cuisine. The Pearl River, the third longest river in China, is certainly a breathtaking view. The Nansha Wetland Park is a great relaxing place to experience the natural beauty of Guangzhou. Nansha serves as the best habitat for fish, shrimps, and crabs to thrive. For a glimpse of fascinating architecture, head to the Shamian Island. With amazing buildings and structures alongside cutting-edge works of art, you'll definitely appreciate the diverse yet marvelous design. There's also the Chen Clan Academy, which boasts of the traditional Guangdong architecture. It features one of the best preserved ancestral halls, representing the fascinating folk art of southern China. In the middle of the city, find the Sacred Heart Cathedral on Yaid Road, facing the Pearl River. It's quite amazing to find such a place amid the old busy city and noisy surroundings. For a dose of entertainment, catch a classic Cantonese opera while in Guangzhou. The best traditional performances are usually held in the Jiangnan Theater in Haizhu District. When it comes to food, China's 8 regional dishes is well represented in Guangzhou. Their food is known for its tender and slightly sweet taste. You must try Guangzhou's authentic dim sum or have morning tea time with friends and family. Guangzhou has a lot to offer shoppers too. The Canton Fair is the largest trade fair in China, selling a wide variety of goods. Find health products, computer accessories, and garments at the fair and at reasonable prices. You may also find services to help you book hotel or travel requirements here. Another must-see shopping street is the Jiangnan Avenue North, located at the approach bridge of Haizhu Bridge. The street is full of wedding dress shops. Every time the bus passes by this wedding dress street, girls wish that the bus could slow down so they can get a better view of the dresses on display. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, just a few miles from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade. Although islands and ports in other African regions were dedicated to the same purpose, Gori remains the most famous for what its small area preserved of the horrors and degradation of human dignity. One of the most famous landmarks on the island is the House of Slaves, where thousands of Africans were crammed into its dungeons over 4 centuries in preparation for shipping them by sea to America. Before export, the prominent selection was made based on weight and physical strength. Those weighing less than 60 kilograms were directed to African markets, and kept as servants on the island. The curator of the House of Slaves takes visitors on a tour during visiting days and explains how the slave trade was managed over the 4 centuries.
Les Portugais avaient été les premiers Européens à prendre possession.
The Portuguese were the first Europeans to take possession of Gori Island. That was in 1444. For a very long time, this island was at the center of rivalries between European nations that fought for its occupation. The House of Slaves, where we are today, crystallizes all the memories of the slave trade. And further along, at the corner but to the left, you will see the children's cell. It had the highest mortality rate, a small cell, but with a corridor leading to the back. They were laid directly on the ground, bare-chested, packed like sardines in a can. But once inside, what is peculiar are the windows, all shaped like loopholes, wide on the inside, but narrowing as you move towards the exit. While in the very last corridor on the right and left were the guards. But guards that could have easily been dispensed with. Well, the enslaved individuals were inevitably chained together by the ankles, 2 by 2. Even in the middle of the chain, a 10.3 kilogram iron ball had been attached, to tell you that each time one of them tried to escape by jumping into the sea, he coached the second. Because of the ball, they sank and drowned. In the absence of any doctor, and especially due to the fear of epidemics, the sick were thrown into the sea. The truth is that on this small island of Gori, an island measuring 900 meters by 300, at the height of the slave trade, there were more than 20 houses like this one.
The pink building in the background is the House of Slaves and the infamous door of no return, from which, over 4 centuries, 1 million African slaves left to become the engine of production across the Atlantic. However, in reality, the House of Slaves is not one. Every house on the small island was a house for slave owners and also witnessed the horrors committed against humanity during the slave trade period on this island. A Senegalese citizen inherited from her family a house overlooking the beach, from her grandfather, who came from Guadeloupe to work as a signal operator with the slave traders. She lives today without any complex about her grandfather's past working with the whites. We accompanied her to the house that has become a reminder of the family whose members are now scattered. In European immigration,
like my great-grandfather, who was a station chief, so he worked with the whites because he spoke French, so he was the one who conveyed the message. So he was the post chief, he was the one who carried the messages. That's why we lived here during the time of slavery. So it was my grandmother who told us about him. So he explained to us what he did there. So he told us to hold our heads high because we are not slaves. Lived here, but we are not slaves, you see.
These were nations that had agreed, obviously, to undertake this slave trade. Therefore, well, the acceptance by all. I mean not the protagonists, but those who organized this trade. Was the understanding they had that was put forward. It was to consider the slaves not as human beings, but rather as objects, furniture. So there was no respect. But what should also be remembered is that most of the houses, at least concerning Gori, most of the houses were built for women. The women called Signor, Signor from Signora. Madam, these women who originally here could very well have been black. It must be admitted that they became mixed over time due to their relations with Europeans. Obviously, these women, well, they witnessed or allowed the existence of two types of slaves. There were domestic slaves who, because they were the property of the woman, were not destined to be sold and sent to the Americas. These domestic slaves, well, were the property of the woman, and because they were her property, she was able, at that time, to rent them out for public or private work, but for her own benefit.
Many visitors visited Gori Island in recognition of the horrors committed there, and as an expression of human solidarity, even for ordinary tourists and many visitors. A visit to Senegal is not complete without passing through Gori, where the tourist boats from Dakar Beach do not stop all day.
The descendants of the victims, as well as those interested in this history, which should only be considered as an integral part of the world's history. Obviously, people come from everywhere to remember what happened. There are others who come simply because, having heard about this history, they wanted to experience a bit of what the slaves went through. But also, there are undoubtedly historians who, in the course of their research, need this to know more. But it is only when this history is better known and considered by everyone as an integral part of the world's history that we can move together towards forgiveness and reconciliation.
It is one of the most prominent tourist destinations in Senegal, although it is the smallest municipality. The people of the island do not accept that this small area becomes a complex for them, in their view, and so they proudly say, it is a continent for spreading tolerance and the values of human brotherhood. Muslim imam and a Catholic priest stroll through the island's corridors. A familiar scene that does not attract the attention of the island's residents, where people of different religions and ethnicities live together in rare harmony and coexistence.
Here in Gori, harmonious relations prevail between Christians and Muslims. We hope to spread this peaceful coexistence throughout the world. God alone is the judge. And as humans we have the responsibility to spread peace. Our role is to convey the message of the Holy Quran and the Hadiths of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and to condemn any acts of violence committed in the name of religion. No rational person can attack places of worship, which are places of prayer, tranquility, and contemplation.
The limits of tolerance among the residents of the island do not stop here. The former Imam of Gori, Sheikh Tidiane, was buried in the Catholic cemetery in the suburbs of Dakar, according to his will to be buried among his Christian friends.
Gori Island is a rare example of peaceful coexistence, where Muslims, Christians, and other communities live in complete harmony. Therefore, it is not surprising to see a deceased Muslim buried in a Christian cemetery.
This highlights the importance of Gori Island's history, not only in relation to the slave trade, but also to colonization. From my perspective, there was no Muslim or Christian slave trade. The trade in black people, the slave trade, was organized by individuals, as most revealed religions. In any case, the known revealed religions had prohibited the practice of slavery,
which lasted more than a century during which the island was under French administration, to return to Senegalese sovereignty after more than 5 centuries. Our guide takes us to the most prominent landmarks of the island across the 3 eras. The era of the slave trade, the colonial era, and the stage of Senegalese national sovereignty.
One of the most iconic buildings on Gori Island is the former governor's palace from 1880. This building is currently unoccupied. However, due to its historical significance, with its courtyard and panoramic view of Dakar, it has been the venue for various community cultural events, like the Gori Diaspora Festival. So, this building is part of the colonial heritage. After the abolition of slavery, colonization took place. After gaining independence, we inherited these buildings and infrastructures. We are at the place of freedom and human dignity. Right next to it is the Historical Museum. Before it became a historical museum, it was the old Fort D'Estrée. Even before that, after the colonial administration, it was a detention center, which means a prison. The famous activist Blondin Diop was imprisoned there. And he died in those prisons. This shows that Gori's history didn't start only with the naming of European places. Where we are now, which has always intrigued its visitors. And this reflects the entire island of Gori, as it's often said that in Gori, every alley, every small window, every house has its own story. Gori is a shared heritage for all. All the countries in the world have the right to have their name here in Gori, due to this classification. It is quite normal for Gori to play a role in this world. And that role should be one of reconciliation and forgiveness. Indeed, reconciliation and forgiveness should lead the way. Which is why this place now symbolizes those words, to say freedom and to say let's respect human dignity. And on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the abolition of slavery, our Guadeloupean brothers gifted us this statue you see behind me, which symbolizes freedom. So those who are used to visiting Gori knew that this statue was previously placed before the House of Slaves. Now, for the sake of coherence, this statue, after establishing this place, the place of freedom and human dignity, it was decided to install this statue that symbolizes human freedom.
Today, the men of Gori, like all men of Senegalese coastal towns and villages, live from fishing. They ride the sea freely, with no authority over them except the law, while the women of the island work in trade, taking advantage of the tourist features to sell handicrafts and African clothing.
Now, there are many vendors and fewer tourists. So we try to manage. Now, we go to Dakar to find tourists and bring them back to the island. Every boat has variety. There are girls who come to sell on Gori Island, who come to Dakar, who come to the island Pau Grand. So with every boat, we can go see the boat to find clients and organize the places we are. So there are many men who fish, and we make wax fabrics with dyeing. There are days it works, there are days it doesn't, but we manage because we've been living with this for a long time. We work on this. With the money we earn, we pay for our children's school, we pay for retirement and water at home too. We help others, our family too.
Gori remains a tangible witness to the horrors of the slave trade era, which represented a stain of shame on the forehead of humanity, and at the same time, a proof of ability to overcome its dark past and build a future characterized by tolerance and the embodiment of its values.
in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Xi and Putin renew plans for a gas pipeline between the two countries, with the two leaders signing 20 agreements on tech and trade. Iran threatens to extend the war beyond the region if the U.S. resume military strikes, but President Trump claims the war will end quickly. And a Trump-backed candidate defeats a Republican rebel Congressman Thomas Massie after a bitter primary battle in Kentucky. Russia's Vladimir Putin and Chinese Xi Jinping are thought to have reached a general understanding over plans for a natural gas pipeline between the two countries. The two leaders have signed over 20 agreements on trade and tech in Beijing and will discuss ongoing geopolitical tensions. Russia is believed to be ready to help with the U.S.-Iran talks. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by journalist Lily Moffat and Dr. Ellie Hindi, professor and international relations expert, joins us from Dubai. Dr. Ellie and Lily, great to have you on the show with me. Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you as always. Dr. Ellie, we see Trump in Beijing, now Putin in Beijing, but how significant is the renewal of this pipeline deal? And do the deals made on the visit cast a shadow over Trump's visit last week? Because many people are looking at the body language between Putin and Xi. They're saying, is it better than the body language between Trump and Xi?
Who got the bigger hug?
Exactly, the bigger hug, yeah.
Well, I mean, the two major powers in the world have had a strategic alliance, if we may say. They are both keen and the biggest eventually benefiting from the changes in the world order per se, from a unipolar world that was dominated by the US into a multipolar world. And they've been really active together in establishing all these alternative paths and institutions, be it the BRICS, be it the Shanghai Investment Bank, be it other institutions. They've been active in trying to move away from American-controlled IMF, dollarization of the economy, etc. Altogether, I think they have a lot of strategic common interests, but also they seem to have, or let me say, see eye to eye in several small issues, including, for example, the Iran issue that we have at hand now and other issues. However, we should not forget that the two are not really best friends, if I may say. They have very different systems, very different characters of the leaders, very different economic functioning, and very different objectives in the geopolitical sense of the term. So and they don't trust each other a lot. So in spite of all this lack of trust, they see themselves having a lot of general strategic interests and also tactical interests, including now the deviation from the sources of oil from the Gulf into Russia at a time when Russia actually is needing new buyers of its oil and gas since the Europeans have stopped buying it in general.
And we'll get on to that a little bit more when we talk about buying oil in Chinese yuan. But also, a lot of people are saying that it appeared that the Chinese leader Xi Jinping and also Vladimir Putin put on this united front against Washington and warned against turning to the law of the jungle. So many people are reading into those lines at the moment. But Lily, Putin has repeatedly said Russia is ready to help the U.S. Iran talks, and he's also said that he's willing to take Iranian enriched uranium. Do you think that this is something that's realistic at all?
Look, I don't know if it's realistic for Moscow to come in and play mediator between the two. Yes, maybe as just a facilitator of conversation, but really I don't know that there's too much trust or, impartiality between Putin and Iran and the US. Russia has a lot to gain to be in the to centre itself in these conversations. Obviously, Putin can now, if he puts himself in the centre of these conversations, he's going to be, front and centre again. The Western world has kind of isolated him a bit after, everything that happened with Ukraine. And then obviously instability in the Middle East and higher oil prices benefit him. So it's probably in his best interest not to have this resolved too fast because, the global resources of oil, they're all coming to Russia at the moment. So, I don't know if it's wise to get Russia involved in these conversations, especially considering Moscow and Iran have recently signed a strategic deal together. There would be a lot of biases there.
And it's fascinating when we talk about these strategic deals that happen, because sometimes we don't even realise they're going on. And then when it comes to the nitty-gritty of who could possibly be negotiating, it comes into the forefront. But Dr. Ellie, I wanted to speak to you a little bit about what we heard during this meeting, because we do know that China is, of course, buying Russian crude. And Russia has said that they're paying for it in Chinese yuan. And this is raising a lot of questions about the dominance of the US dollar. And I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but are we now seeing the slow degrading of the US dollar?
Degrading, I don't know if it's too big of a term to use, but definitely, as we said, many countries have been trying to set up this system where they can be independent from the US. And of course, the more countries find a way to do that, the weaker the dollar becomes altogether. And of course, its backing to the dollar, to the oil prices, becomes also weaker. If we want to look at it from a general strategic sense, I think we are seeing, or Trump himself built all his strategy on changing the course of the US per se. However, the irony of it is that the steps that he is taking in order to change course of the biggest power in the world have given speed and traction for all these processes that are creating alternative measures. Him stepping away from his allies, the Europeans, him creating a lot of problems, him giving more space for Putin and China to move ahead in this direction is definitely bringing the wishful thinking of going into a multipolar world becoming faster and faster. This is a very key thing, or a very key sign, if we may say, that two of the major powers are now dealing between each other in a currency that is not the dollar. And definitely this will add up to this push towards a multipolar world, a world that is liberated between brackets from the control of the US.
And
also, one more thing, if I may say, Leigh Ann, sorry.
Of course.
Another irony is that you mentioned, which is that they are calling, for the respect of international law and that we should not go back into the law of the jungle and so on. The irony is that these are the two countries that have been criticized by the world altogether, that they don't play by the book, that they don't follow international order. Now, in front of Trump, they seem so realistic and so gentle in their actions that they are now calling for Trump to respect international law and to behave according to the norms of the 21st century. So it is very ironic to see Putin, and especially Putin, but of course with China, calling for respect of international law and, going back to the rules of the game, because Trump has destroyed all these rules with his actions and his policies in the last year.
I think it's fair to say Donald Trump has changed the rules of the game, Dr. Ellie and Lily. But stay right there as we move on to another story now. And Iran's Revolutionary Guard have threatened to extend the war beyond the region if the US attack again. Iran's foreign minister said a return to military action would feature many more surprises. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump believes the war will end very quickly, but he's in no hurry to actually end the conflict. So we're hearing some views there from Donald Trump. Lily, let's go to you first, because right now, the rhetoric that we're hearing for the last few weeks is we hear from Tehran, we hear from the US, very strong posturing as these peace talks are happening in the background.
Yeah. I think, recently, especially in the last 24 hours, we've seen some really strong language used, like you said, from Trump and from Iran. If we focus on Iran, they are using strong language like saying, yes, we're going to, expand this war more than regionally. That is to an audience of, yes, the US and Israel, they've been attacked repeatedly by them, so they are sending that message to them, and they're sending it very clearly and very strongly. But also the language is being used domestically. They've got Iran there not wanting to be seen as defeatist, not wanting to be seen as weak, and this language is being heard by them as well. So I think there's a number of different audiences that they're using this language for.
And Donald Trump's language also strong too, because
is it ever not strong?
Yeah, it's never not strong. It's also a little bit confusing because a line from him earlier was, we may have to hit Iran even harder, but maybe not. And we're actually getting some lines from Donald Trump now. Trump says he is willing to wait a few days to get the right answer from Iran. Dr. Ellie, Donald Trump appears to be giving democracy a chance with that latest line, willing to wait to see if Iran gives us the right answer.
Negotiations, you mean? I think... I'm not democracy at all.
Not at all.
I do believe that in negotiations in general, when you are close to get to a deal, everything is at such a high stake, and the negotiations could collapse at any moment. And if this happens, the different players would quickly go back into action or into military confrontation. This is typical. However, what we've been seeing is these 2 days of President Trump, these 2 weeks of President Trump have been renewed once over and over again. It is clear, I think, that he knows how costly would be going back to the military action, to the US, to the region, to Israel, to everybody. Although it will be a clear win in a military perspective, but it will be a costly war on the world economy, on all his allies, and on the region. Thus, he is really insisting, and he's really trying to finish this with a deal. However, this said, the deal needs to be, once again, as we've always said with you, Leigh Ann, it cannot be similar to the Obama deal. If he goes back to a simple nuclear deal, not a comprehensive deal, if he goes back to a temporary cessation of nuclear activities, not a complete dismantling of the program, if he goes back to things that are similar, it would be a very huge loss, not only for Trump, but for the US altogether. This is why I doubt that the deal is as close as they are saying, because, again, what we are hearing from Iran is completely different, and this complete rigidity on discussing issues like the ballistic missiles, like the drones attacks, like the militias in the region, like all their behavior in the region, they are still saying over and over again, it is not discussable and it is not negotiable. So I cannot see how things could be solved so quickly. I think the best that we can hope for is a general, very general framework agreement, something similar to what we saw in Gaza. However, this general framework does not include any details. It is extremely difficult to implement when it comes to the implementation, and it will not move the region out of the crisis mode that it is in, unfortunately. This could be very problematic for all the Gulf regions in this situation. And unless we see a real deal that really brings a change in the attitude and behavior of the Iranian regime, it's going to be very problematic altogether. And them threatening altogether, I duly agree with what Lily said. The threats that they are throwing is mostly for internal consumption. They don't have the power or surprises to act or to do something that really completely out of the box. They could definitely initiate some terrorist attacks all around the world, but nothing more. And I think this is well expected by the US and well calculated for.
One place they are still holding the world's ransom is in the Strait of Hormuz. Economically, if we have a look at what they're still continuing to do. And we have had a few lines today out of Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson, Lily, says seeking to establish with Oman and in coordination with specialized international bodies a mechanism to ensure sustainable security in the Strait of Hormuz. They also said Iran is currently studying the US points of view, and they also say they're doing that seriously and in good faith. So we've got some good music coming out of Iran.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been here before, haven't we?
We have, yes. And I think, similar to what Dr. Ali was saying about, Iran knows they're not going to be able to go up against the US military. It's they're attacking this from different avenues, and Strait of Hormuz is definitely one of those ways. They've also, we've seen in the past things like cyber attacks or the economy being used as a tool. So I think, this is just one of many different ways. When they say they're going to expand the war regionally, that's what they're talking about, not that kind of conventional war attack that most people would think of.
And Dr. Ellie, when we have a look and we think about this general framework that could possibly come into place and then they could negotiate from there, similar to what they did in Gaza, what will that actually mean for the Strait of Hormuz? Is there a diplomatic off-ramp to get this opened? Because it's Iran's ace card at the moment. Are they right to give that up?
It is their ace guard, but we have to remember that the American blockade above and outside this Iranian control is really causing damage to the Iranian economy, to the Iranian flow of the oil, which is their main income, and it's causing a lot of trouble internally. So even the Iranians, although it is a big card in their hand, they are eager to get things solved. Now, of course, they are still speaking about, completely unrealistic suggestions like the one you mentioned, that they will be, controlling and establishing sovereignty over the Hormuz Strait, and they would probably ask for fees to manage and maintain this strait. I don't think these can be accepted. I don't think Oman would engage in such an agreement, and I definitely don't think the international community or international law allows for such an establishment. So definitely a lot of vagueness there. The only thing that we've heard is that both parties, including the Chinese, as we said before, are keen to have Hormuz opened as soon as possible, but nothing more than that.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And one of his most outspoken internal critics lost a key primary battle. Congressman Thomas Massey was defeated by Trump-backed challenger N. Gori in Kentucky after a bruising and hugely expensive campaign that became a test of loyalty to President Donald Trump. Massey had repeatedly broken ranks with Trump on spending, foreign policy, and the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Dr. Ellie, this story has really been making the rounds today. I think at one point it was the most read on the BBC website. But what message does this send, the fact that Thomas Massie actually lost that primary?
Well, first of all, it is himself as a figure. He's been, we can describe him as a very hardline Republican, as a conservative, as someone who is really well established within the party. However, due to this disagreement with President Trump on several issues that you've mentioned, it was clear that President Trump wants him out. And it was clear that the party and Trump himself will invest effort and money and everything into moving him out of the seat and presenting another alternative Republican candidate who actually won in these primaries. I think the clear message out of this is that President Trump is re-establishing and re-strengthening his control over the Republican Party to say one more time, as he has always said, it is my party and loyalty is to me only within the party as long as I am the president. And he's making this heard in the hard way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about loyalty. And let's talk a little bit about that, because what do you make of this loyalty? Because I think in many ways Donald Trump will not like this if he's watching this, but I think I'm safe. Donald Trump would not like it, but Thomas Massie was a rebel in the Republican Party, and Donald Trump is seen as a rebel in the White House in many respects, breaking status quo, disagreeing with a lot of things that do happen in government, saying he's going to change it. But he didn't quite like it when someone else did it to him.
Yeah, I think he likes him being a rebel as long as the rebellion is not against Trump. But I think this is probably much bigger than just one congressional race in Kentucky. I mean, this is similar to what Dr. Ellie said. This is Trump sending a message. You know, he was a rebel, as you said, but Massie was historically a very conservative Republican. You know, he was very much anti-big government. He was deeply focused on national debt. So he was good in that, except he did want more transparency on the Epstein file, and he did question how much money was being spent in Iran.
One name, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Dr. Ellie, one name, Marjorie Taylor Greene. She wanted the same thing and she left.
Yes. And so it's actually, you know, as soon as you start kind of pushing that rhetoric, it's a political suicide. I mean, when it comes to Trump, he's, like I said before, he's sending a message to say, you know, if you're not loyal to me, then there will be ramifications.
And I find it quite fascinating because, Dr. Ellie, let's talk a little bit about this primary. The Kentucky Republican primary for Thomas Massie's seat was the most expensive House primary in U.S. history. To put it into context, the big drivers of the spendings was Trump-aligned political groups backing his opponent, pro-Israel advocacy groups opposing Massie due to his foreign aid votes, and also heavy TV and digital ad wars on both sides. I mean, that just opens up a whole can of conspiracy.
Well, first of all, we could see primaries in the US that go without any spending whatsoever, because we're talking about colleagues in the same party that are simply running to see who the people would choose as their candidate in the upcoming elections. So it could be very simple, it could be very easy, it could be very non-competitive unless there's a political battle behind it. And all the backers that you've mentioned, I mean, clearly show how much these players that have invested in this specific seat are keen to make sure that there is no, let's say, dissident votes or voices in the Congress that could create some trouble for them. We have to mention also that, again, it's close with the Republicans, be it in the House or in the Senate. So the upcoming midterm elections are very critical, and President Trump is keen to make sure, of course, the Republicans win the majority, but even more importantly, that the Republicans are fully under his control per se. altogether, we can see that this is a full personification of the party, and the whole traditional structure of the Republican Party has almost disappeared in favor of Trumpism, if we may call it, and loyalty to the person. On the other hand, we've also seen a dismantlement of the democratic structure. However, we have not seen a leader arise to be a real contender and an opponent for Trump in the upcoming presidential election. There's still a long way to go, of course, but then we need somebody to start coming up as a figure if they are to have a serious candidate against the Republican candidate in the next election. And of course, all of this establishes President Trump as the main chooser of who will be the Republican candidate.
And I know that we haven't got much time, but when it comes to the next US president and who could possibly run, I think it's fascinating because right now Caroline Leavitt, who's the White House press secretary, is on maternity leave. And we see Marco Rubio step in and take the White House press conference. Last night, we saw J.D. Vance step in and take the White House press conference. That's the vice president of the US answering to the media. Highly unusual. And I don't know what you think about this, Ellie and Lily, but I was almost like, it's like Donald Trump auditioning them. He's watching. It's almost like The Apprentice. Who's doing better? Who's going to replace me? Who am I going to put forward? It's quite fascinating because it's like a real-life show happening in politics.
But are we surprised? I mean, I feel like... And they do. I mean, you see them and they're thriving in those roles. Yes. They're leaning into them and really enjoying being up there on the panel and playing that role for that minimum amount of time. But yeah, they're doing it themselves as well, enjoying it.
It's fascinating. I don't know what you think, Dr. Ellie, but I think Marco Rubio did better, if I'm honest.
Than J.D. Vance?
Yeah, better than J.D. Vance.
With President Trump, it's a continuous test. It's an ongoing test with him on all different files, including, of course, the public appearance and the public, communication with the public. But don't rule out any external candidate that shows up in the last minute and be a serious contender to these two candidates, or that are visible to us altogether. And definitely there's the conspiracy theory that says all of this is in preparation for Donald Jr. to become the contender if not in the next election, but in the one after it.
I've always said that I think Barron Trump will end up running America. I know he's only at university now and he's young, but trust me, one day Barron Trump will be the US president. I don't know why. I've always thought that, but maybe I'm completely wrong. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And we're going to turn to some British football. And Southampton FC have been kicked out of the Championship playoffs after being found guilty of spying on a rival team's training session. The club admitted multiple breaches of league rules, including the unauthorised filming of opponents ahead of crucial fixtures. Middlesbrough have now reinstated and could still reach the Premier League, while Southampton are preparing to appeal against this decision. I think as we speak, they're actually appealing against this decision. I mean, the story is berserk, isn't it? Let's be honest. Southampton admitted guilt. Why would you ever lie about cheating?
No, I think, look, they were accused and they've admitted it. There's no kind of disparity there. We've seen the vision, we've seen the man, was it the intern?
We're going to get that picture up.
Yeah, standing behind the tree with a camera. So there's no denying it. But the EFL, have come down quite hard. They have suspended the team, expelling the club, I should say. And perhaps this is because it's the Championship's playoff, and it's not some mid-table football. But it is quite a serious situation to be in. I mean, if they were to win this, or not to get expelled and to win it, then they would be promoted to the Premier League, which is estimated to be worth £110 million just in broadcast revenue alone. So they're really missing out on so much for the team. I just feel so...
There's a spy.
I know, I'm just looking at him there. I mean, it's not very discreet, is it? He was always going to get found out.
I mean, I shouldn't laugh.
I know, it's horrible. And because this is what it's all about, isn't it, Leigh Ann? Like, I do feel sorry for the fans.
Yes.
I'm not British, but I know how invested people are in football, and even to the point where now there was before this a hint that they were going to get into the finals, and then people have invested in flights and accommodation and getting to Wembley, and ultimately it's not going to happen.
I know it's not going to happen, but apparently these allegations are really serious. But a lot of people are saying that the way that they've cracked down is a little bit unfair. Like, it's too harsh. They admitted guilt, at least let them play, and then maybe fine them financially so the fans can still come and watch their team, which is probably a fair argument. But I actually had to Google why spying allegations matter in football, because I didn't realise it was
come on. Oh, come on, Leigh Ann.
I did.
I'm not a huge football fan. but you have, of course, to see how much it means for people who follow it, especially they're diehards of the English Premier League. It's crazy how much passion in it, how much following, how much details, etc. But also from a financial perspective or from a business perspective, as you said, going into the Premier League is really a whole different ball game in terms of finances, of buying players, of investments, of revenues eventually. So it will definitely put the club in a completely different league with the big guys, with the big players. That's why they were so keen on, trying to win that game. In itself. Now, the funny part of it is that the guy was actually caught. I was reading more and asking more my friends, in Dubai.
You were asking ChatGPT, Dr. Ellie, my friend.
But I think this is...
In Dubai, I've become closer to British football much more than I was ever in Australia or in Lebanon or anywhere else, because there's, too many people around that are involved. So my friend actually told me that the guy was actually caught. He was, they saw him. As you said, it's not very difficult to spot him. They followed him, they ran behind him, and they actually got him and got his phone. And by that time, he had deleted whatever he had taken a video for. So the outrage of the supporters of the team is that the team did not actually benefit from any of the videos that were there, so that the whole team would be found guilty, and that the whole drastic measure of eliminating them completely. So this is what's causing the outrage in it. But I can definitely, I don't personally associate with it, but I can see and I know very well how much it means for people from a personal passion perspective, but also from a business perspective.
No, you are correct. It is a moral conundrum now. When Dr. Ellie says that the video was taken, it was deleted. Okay. So it's the integrity of the sports rules that they're not upholding, which could be the other argument. But I wanted to have a look at some other big, scandals in sport, because we know there's been the Russian doping scandal, Lance Armstrong.
They're calling it spying even. They're not calling it cheating.
Spying.
Spying.
Yes, spying.
That's much better.
Yeah, it's definitely better. But there is another one, and it happened in cricket. And I want to bring it to Lily. Actually, Australia, 2018. Do you know it's the sandpaper gate? Do you remember that?
Dr. Ellie is Australian as well.
So Dr. Ellie and you. And
so they got sandpaper and rubbed the ball.
Yes.
So that it would spin a certain way or not spin a certain way. I don't know the actual physics of it. But, they got caught.
They did. Yeah, they got caught. And both received bans, and Australia faced major reputational damage. And that was Sandpapergate. And that, and cricket also, there's been a lot of game fixing in cricket. It was connected to the South African teams. Hansi Cronje was obviously the captain, always accused of match fixing. In sport, we always get these little stories about how people want to get the upper hand, because sport is now all about money in a lot of respects, and it's all about making the cash.
Yeah, and it's when passion for a game turns to desperation, isn't it? And that desperation then leads to immoral things that can happen. So, no, it's not ideal, but I don't think... I don't think that the fans should be punished. That's my main thing here, is that, you know, these poor, passionate fans, especially when it comes to football, these British football fanatics, I've seen them, they're just like next level. So I would be interested to see the ripple effects from this from them.
I lived in England, and I always said that football is a religion when it comes to the UK. Yeah. You know, just the way that they support their team, it's something you've never seen before. It's almost like territorial.
I'm just going to tell you that I'm going to finish the episode and go watch the second half of the Aston Villa final. So just because the friends around are doing it, you cannot but do it. Let alone how much you get involved if you actually support the team. And it's really interesting, and I don't know, it's good to follow as long as it stays within the norms of, you know, how ethical it is and how normal a person can behave if they are so passionate about something.
I must admit something. I'm really competitive, and I think I would have cheated on my opponent if I could have got away with it. I think anyone would. That
would have been you behind the
yeah,
curtain.
it would have been me. I hate losing. It's the worst feeling ever. Do never play a board game with me. It's just the worst nightmare. But let's see what happens. And obviously, I hope those fans, you know, are okay. Yeah. And it's that time of the show where Lily and Dr. Ellie have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Lily, yours is actually about Mexico City is apparently sinking.
Yes.
Wow.
So,
how is this happening?
Well, look, it almost sounds made up, to be honest, but Mexico is sinking. And so fast, it's sinking so fast that you can actually see it from space sinking. So NASA has said that parts of the city are actually sinking by 25 centimetres a year, which is about that tall. And so what is the reason for this? So Mexico actually is built on top of an ancient lake, like a lake bed that's made of soft clay. And so over the decades of them drawing water from that soft clay bed, it's actually meaning that the land is essentially collapsing on itself.
That is frightening.
Yes, it is frightening. And so it started to affect things like roads kind of splitting up and metro lines being disrupted, and even certain buildings like cathedrals, you can actually see it with the naked eye, is slowly tilting.
And I have heard for years and years, Dr. Ellie, I don't know if this is true, but big cities like New York also have a similar problem. Yeah. There's a sinking in New York.
Not to the extent of Mexico. I think Mexico is one of the fastest cities that's sinking. But yes, there's other cities that are sinking, you're right.
Yeah. I don't know, any thoughts on sinking cities, Dr.
We'll end up in the ocean, Dr. Ellie.
No, I mean, the rising of the ocean and the cities that are coastal in a way, like New York, like Venice, like Amsterdam, they face this issue with the rising oceans. But the land sinking in this sense, like Mexico City, I think it's unique in the world, especially in that rate. And it scares, it is very scary. I mean, when you think about these, what do you call them, loopholes that all of a sudden crack in the earth, and you have a huge hole that people can fall into, cars, houses can fall into. This is really scary. Let alone a whole city getting 25 centimeters lower every year. This would be a nightmare for me, at least.
Yeah, and definitely a nightmare for all the buildings, as you did say, Lily. And Dr. Ellie, your story is about an 88-year-old lecturer who's been defying the odds. I wonder why you chose this story.
No, first of all, it's an Australian story. As always, I try to bring the Australian perspective. And this is just a cute guy. He's amazing. I'm planning from now my retirement to see how can I stop working actually at 64. He chose after retirement to go back to teaching. He's a civil engineer, and he chose to go back to the TAFE, which is a technical institute in Australia, where people have, either technical training or continuous education in that sense. And he's been teaching there for the past year, and people are so surprised when they see him. And of course, mixed opinions, but again, in his opinion, it is this way that he is giving back to society. It is his way that he is helping, the new generations altogether. It seems he is still in full, right mind. He is still very conscious and very aware and able to teach. And he's doing a wonderful impact in that sense. I doubt that at 88 I would have the energy to do something like this, but, bless his soul, it's amazing to see him, and students are surely benefiting from his experience.
I would love that.
I think it's keeping him young. Yes. I've just seen him for the first time. He doesn't look 88 at all. That's the secret. Keep teaching.
And everyone looks so happy. And I was just thinking, he's only 8 years older than Donald Trump.
Oh, there you go.
Donald Trump is 80, if I'm correct.
Yeah. He's running the world.
And he's running the world. So to have a professor at 88 isn't actually... that
88's the new 48.
Yeah, exactly. And all that experience, it's so wonderful when someone brings that to the table.
Yeah.
No, good on him. And thank you so much to our guests today, journalist Lily Moffat and Dr. Ellie Cohanim, professor and expert of international relations. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, GMT. That's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, Iran warns that if the US attacks again, then the war will spread far beyond the Middle East. And today, Iran's Speaker of Parliament is saying he suspects a new round of warfare is on the cards. Meanwhile, the US Senate advances a war powers resolution which would end the Iran war unless President Donald Trump obtained congressional authorization. And with 600 suspected cases and 139 suspected deaths, the World Health Organization is declaring the current Ebola outbreak to be a public health emergency of international concern. We'll be asking how far could it spread and could this become a global crisis? Hello and welcome to the programme. Tensions are rising once again between Tehran and Washington, and that is fueling fears that the already fragile ceasefire is at risk and that the conflict could reignite. Well, the US President Donald Trump has warned that Iran could face fresh military strikes if it fails to agree to a deal to end the conflict. Well, President Trump said that, quote, a big hit could happen if Tehran does not make a deal soon. And he appeared to be giving Iran a pressing deadline, saying that Tehran has 2 to 3 days to respond. Let's take a listen.
You know how it is to negotiate with a country where you're beating them badly. They come to the table, they're begging to make a deal, because they're begging to make a deal. I hope we don't have to do the war, but we may have to give them another big hit. We may have to give them another big hit. I'm not sure yet. You'll know very soon.
Well, Professor Ali Vaez is the director of the Iran Project and a senior advisor at the International Crisis Group. He's also adjunct professor at Georgetown University in Washington. Thank you very much indeed for joining us today from Geneva. Professor Vaez, back in early April, you penned an opinion piece in the New York Times, and you began by saying that pain had indeed been inflicted on Iran, something that few people doubted, but that much more importantly, pain without submission would not yield results. Do correct me if I've paraphrased you incorrectly there, but has anything changed since you wrote that piece 6 weeks ago?
Thanks for having me, Tom. Look, the reality is that President Trump has always believed that pressure would eventually result in Iranian submission to his terms. Whether this was economic pressure that he deployed in his first term or military pressure that he has deployed now twice in his second term, he has constantly believed that there is one little pressure point away from getting Iran to capitulate to U.S. terms. And that has always been an elusive objective, and I think it remains elusive simply because the weaker party in this dynamic, Iran, cannot validate the stronger party's pressure tactics, because then from their perspective, from Tehran's perspective, there is no end to it. It becomes a slippery slope of asking for concessions, moving the goalposts until the regime is totally changed, either in substance or actually it does collapse.
And we get quite conflicting messages on the situation from the White House. I mean, we're hearing at the moment that we're, quote, close to a favorable conclusion. That's been quite a constant refrain from the White House these last 2.5 months. But then we're being told, and Iran says it suspects that warfare is on the cards again, a new round of fighting. What looks like the most likely scenario to you moving forward from here?
You're absolutely right. There's now a recognizable pattern that President Trump takes some extraordinary action, imposes a naval blockade, or threatens civilizational erasure in order to get the Iranians to the point that I was mentioning, to capitulate on certain issues that they didn't want to compromise on, especially on their nuclear program. And when it doesn't happen, the president doesn't deliver on the threat, and the cycle repeats itself. And it's only because he believes that time is on the U.S.'s side, that Iran is under tremendous economic and military pressure, and because of the imbalance in terms of U.S. military might, that eventually he would be able to get what he wants. But again, this is a fundamentally flawed assumption, because for the Islamic Republic, the only thing that is more dangerous than suffering from U.S. sanctions or additional military strikes is surrendering to U.S. terms, because then that would basically be the end of the regime, and they are simply never going to do it.
There was another assumption that I think a lot of people have picked up on as well. I mean, it started to kick in around the time of the death of Hassan Nasrallah in Lebanon. There was the pager incident. There was the 12-day war with Iran last June. And then more recently, the killing of Khamenei at the start of this war. And the assumption was that Iran had been compromised to the extent that it was teetering on the brink of collapse and regime change. I mean, looking back on it, does all of that look like it's been a set of hasty and wrong assumptions?
Well, I think it is a set of assumptions that were exaggerated in the sense that, yes, Iran had been weakened after October 7th, especially, with the weakening of its allies in the region, with the degradation of its own military capacity in 2 military confrontations, limited ones with Israel in 2024, and also the 12-day war in 2025. But this fruit was not ripe for the picking. The regime was not on the verge of collapse, and it had learned a lot of lessons from those confrontations. It started planning for the next round of military strikes on its territory by the U.S. and Israel on June 24th, on the 13th day of the 12-day war. It was prepared. It had well thought through plans in ways that the U.S. didn't. The U.S. and Israel had a lot of improvised half measures and wishful thinking when it got to the conduct of this war or its objectives. And that's why I think the resilience of a regime like the Islamic Republic was underestimated. And this is one of the reasons that this war didn't go as planned.
So what you're saying is that in the period from the end of the 12-day war to the beginning of this war, basically Iran was working frantically to plug all the gaps and address all the possible areas in which it was compromised by these hostile powers, namely the United States and Israel. Is that roughly what you're saying?
Correct. Not only it was doing that, but it was also trying to change the calculus of the U.S. and Israel. Iran had become a predictable enemy for them. You remember that after President Trump killed General Soleimani in 2020, Iran responded with a symbolic attack on U.S. military base in Iraq, in which no one was killed. Again, when in the 12-day war, the U.S. joined Israeli strikes on Iran and President Trump bombed 3 of Iran's main nuclear sites, Iran retaliated by a theatrical attack in Doha, which again did not result in any American fatalities. In all of these incidents, Iran never shut down the Strait of Hormuz, never really went after all the other Gulf states that host U.S. military bases. So in this war, Iran basically threw caution out of the window and went all out. It also used whatever remained of its axis of resistance, its network of proxies in the region, to conduct attacks in a coordinated fashion and started going up the escalation ladder in a way that, again, it was not expected. It had also moved a lot of its military capabilities underground, including missile and drone production, which made it so much more difficult for the U.S. and Israel to significantly degrade Iran's military capabilities. I mean, just think about one statistic that has come out in the past few weeks by U.S. intelligence, which is that the U.S. has burned through about 60% of its missile interceptors ever produced, not just for the war in Iran, but generally it's the same stockpile to defend Taiwan or to defend Ukraine or South Korea. 60% of it has been exhausted, but still only 30% of Iranian missiles have been destroyed. So in a ratio of 2 to 1, the U.S. has been able to degrade Iran's military capabilities, which is just mind-boggling when you think about the asymmetry in terms of conventional military power between these two actors.
Right, and one of the things that it seems Iran has been doing for years is scenario planning and detailed organization of trying to work out what to do in the event of a situation like the one it's in right now. And we've seen one Khamenei replaced by another, one blockade on top of another. This attitude, you hurt me and my infrastructure, and I'll do the same to your friends in the region. In fact, I'll hurt the entire global economy. I mean, it does look, doesn't it, like Iran planned for this scenario for years and in great detail.
Yes, indeed, it had planned for such a scenario because at the end of the day, for the Islamic Republic, this is a battle for survival. This is the battle of the century. Whereas for President Trump, especially coming out of Venezuela, he had a hot hand and he thought this would be easy and could be done in a matter of days. When the U.S. military had warned him against the consequences of Iran shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, he had dismissed it as an unlikely possibility because Iranians would capitulate by that point. In the same way that his envoy, Steve Witkoff, even when the U.S. Armada arrived in the region, was surprised, as he said publicly, that Iran had not capitulated, even just by seeing the Armada right off their shores in the Gulf. And so I think in general, there's been a lot of underestimation of Iranian planning and resilience and overestimation of the U.S. and Israeli military might. And again, the stakes are very different. For Iran, this is the battle of the century. For President Trump, it's just a stumbling block on his way towards the midterm elections in the U.S. in November.
Right, and Iran clearly likes a long game for the reason you just gave there, and you mentioned the midterms. I mean, electoral cycles mean that US presidents cannot afford to play long games. So would you say that, to really sort of boil it down to one thing, would you say that time is Iran's trump card?
It is, and it's also because Iran has a much higher threshold for pain than the United States or the global economy, honestly, because what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz right now is not just putting pressure on the global economy, it is really hurting the global south more than anyone else. The fact that fertilizer is not getting out of the strait is going to create serious food shortages and would cost lives in places like East Africa. But the Iranians have a very high threshold of pain. One has to understand that this is a civilization that has survived for several millennia. It's a country that has been invaded 400 times, more than any other state in its history. And in fact, it has learned how to survive, whereas the United States has a short history and is often looking for shortcuts to get results. And a man like President Trump is known to be quite impatient, and this is why the balance of the imbalance in military capabilities is only reflected in imbalance in pain threshold on both sides.
Okay, but I mean, obviously Iran in its current form is only, what, 40-something years old, 47 years old. I wonder whether there was a blueprint for Iran to be quite so resilient and so able to withstand situations like the one it's in right now. Because, I mean, it was said that in Syria, Hafez al-Assad modeled the security and intelligence apparatus on the apparatus that Ceausescu had in Romania. Do you think post-1979 Iran had any similar templates on how it was going to survive?
No, I think this is the result of trial and error, honestly. It's something that this revolutionary system came out of the Islamic Revolution in 1979. And for instance, because it didn't trust the army of the traditional army that was trained by the United States and loyal to the Shah, the monarch, it created its own army, the Revolutionary Guards. It created two parallel armies, and then it started doing the same thing across the board and created this multi-power center system that is resilient, because you can destroy one power center or multiple power centers, but there are still others who can keep the system together. It also learned by experience during the Iran-Iraq War that it needed a consensus-building mechanism so that all of these power centers work in the same direction, and therefore it created the Supreme National Security Council, which to this day makes the key decisions and prevents factional infighting from paralyzing decision-making system in the country. And it learned also from U.S.'s mistakes in the region, whether it was the war in Afghanistan right next door or the war in Iraq. It learned a lot about how to survive. And the United States went into this without really having a well-thought-through strategy.
Okay, and just briefly, Professor Vyers, we're nearly out of time. I mean, given what you're saying there, that Iran is constantly learning and learning from its experiences with its various foreign policy adventures, do you think its lesson from this particular chapter is going to be that it's got essentially a very dangerous new weapon, almost, you might say, more powerful than a nuclear weapon, namely that it can disrupt the global economy whenever it wants to going forward?
It has already learned that lesson. It doesn't rule out the possibility that it might also want to have the ultimate deterrent in the form of nuclear weapons. It's very close to it. It has a shortcut to it still available. And it would not be able to match the conventional capabilities of its adversaries. So if it survives this, I think the pivot towards Russia and China and the move towards nuclear weapons will continue even after this war.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Professor Ali Vyers, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
My pleasure.
Well, Thomas Pickering is the former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Russia, Jordan and Israel. He also served in the State Department under Madeleine Albright. He joins us from Virginia. Ambassador Pickering, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure having you on this program. 6 weeks ago, President Trump paused Operation Epic Fury. Since then, there's been a flurry of diplomacy with limited results, I think it's fair to say at this stage. Iran is now saying that if you start attacking us again, then the war is going to extend well beyond this region, the Middle East region. What do you think the Iranians have in mind?
Well, I think they have in mind the fact that while they have developed their own, what I would like to call nuclear option by controlling Hormuz, President Trump also controls Hormuz. So it's kind of a null set. But the danger is that it's, put it this way, wreaking havoc on the world oil economy and on the general economy. Not good for any of us. And that Iran has the capacity of going further against the most critical installations in the Arab Gulf periphery beyond Hormuz, some of the largest, if not the world's largest, LNG processing stations, largest world or refineries, the largest world exports, and some of the largest producers of the oil-based fertilizer that are significant for agriculture around the world.
Right, so essentially what this war has revealed is that Iran has a weapon that we didn't really know it had before. We didn't know the extent to which it could be employed before, which is this ability to bring the global economy, not exactly to its knees, but to inflict very severe pain. And, I'm wondering whether you think that's going to be one of the legacies of this conflict.
Well, first, Tom, it was not a feat of the imagination for anyone who thought strategically to come to those conclusions before the fact. I think it's an enduring, put it this way, asset of Iran, as long as we don't do the really quite ridiculous is seek a land warfare, try to control the country as a whole in order to block missiles of range and drones, which they use principally but not exclusively to control Hormuz and attack beyond their borders. I could also see them going toward Afghanistan, perhaps further into Saudi Arabia, and perhaps the UAE and Oman, as well as the coastal facilities that we've just noted together.
I mean, do you think Iraq is looking set to be dragged more into this conflict? I mean, we've seen more attacks launched from Iraqi territory in the last week or so. I'm wondering whether you think that perhaps could be a feature of the next chapter of this conflict.
Well, that gets into some of the thinking that my co-authors, two UK citizens, and I put into the article we prepared. And we decided that Iraq was dealing with a different war. The result, not unnecessarily, put it this way, exclusively of U.S. action, but also violence against Kuwait launched by Saddam Hussein, in which his nuclear weapons program was a considerable, put it this way, asset for him in the political and diplomatic byplay. That was, I believe, eliminated. I'm not sure the successive wars were necessary to do that, but some presidents thought so.
Okay. I mean, in terms of where you see things heading to from here, I mean, we've heard in the last couple of hours the Iranian parliamentary speaker saying that he suspects that, quote, the enemy is preparing for another round of war. And I'm wondering whether that's the way things look to you, whether you think perhaps diplomacy is a sideshow and that the Israelis and the Americans are simply buying time before Chapter 2 of the war.
Well, at least one conclusion is that President Trump uses his statements about optimism both to influence the oil and stock markets, and he's done so 7 times or more in the course of the conflict. While at the same time, I believe the statements he makes are also designed to influence Iran, that he has trust in the use of force to resolve diplomatic problems, something perhaps certainly with the exclusion of World War II, and we know its casualty rate, its length, and the degree of its tragedy, did not result in unconditional surrender, but negotiated outcomes. I believe force is an instrument that can be used in difficulty over negotiated outcomes, but I find it hard to believe that it can produce of and on its own the kind of unconditional surrender which President Trump's belief would be, put it this way, a significant asset in dictating the outcome to Iran. The Iranians have strength in resisting. They've shown it. They have proved once again that the use of force has no instant capacity to bring a solution.
I mean, some people might argue, and President Trump might be one of them, that he is a masterful deal maker. He wrote that famous book, The Art of the Deal. There's never been a US president who's penned such a book before. And one of the things he likes to do is to keep his adversary guessing. So he'll give them indications on the one hand, like we're saying, positive signs about diplomacy, and then do something quite unexpected. As a seasoned diplomat, do you see that technique as being effective?
I do, carefully applied, but I see controversial statements with no internal rationale consistent with a strategy, and things like pulling out of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran in 2018 as one of the serious tragedies leading up to an even more serious tragedy. The, put it this way, unprovoked in the main use of force because the Iranians were released by President Trump from their obligations to accept international monitoring and to move ahead. But the suggestions that I mentioned to you that we made on May 1st through Foreign Affairs in an article to UK authors, and I was happy to join them, are that we need to go back and that Ronald Reagan had some kernel of truth as well in his trust but verify, or as some say, distrust and must verify.
I'm just wondering what you made of President Trump's trip to China last week. Obviously, the focus this week is on President Putin's trip to China. But during that visit and ahead of that visit, there was a lot of hope that President Trump was going to come back from China with something, perhaps some kind of help with regards to how to get out of the Iran quagmire, how to find an off-ramp or a solution to this problem. Why do you think he came back empty-handed?
Well, he didn't come back totally empty-handed. I believe in giving credit where it's due, even if it's sort of semi-accidental. But he didn't come back with a solution or even half of a solution on Iran. It's not impossible, but I do not know for certain that China was helpful in weighing in on dealing with the Hormuz. It was also possible that Trump delayed his pending attacks on Tuesday, the 18th, as a result of the pleadings of Mohammed bin Salman, Mohammed bin Zayed, and the Sultan of Oman, in part because they didn't want more horrific damage to their oil infrastructure, in part because they thought an attack on Iran would provoke such. And I think that that was not unwise. China is not an easy player, but China has serious interest in the dependence for 40% of its oil on the Gulf. And China, therefore, has reasons to move ahead. Finally, President Putin's visit was not a success in securing the pipeline, although apparently he added to the knowledge in China of what he was about. That may have economic considerations. It may have, put it this way, contestation or confrontational considerations. It may be also China's deeper interest in oil than a new pipeline for gas at the present time.
And just sticking with China and drawing on your credentials as former US ambassador to the UN, the there's going to be a UN Security Council meeting on this subject on the 26th of May, so in 6 days from now. Iran is weighing up whether or not it attends. China holds the rotating presidency of the Security Council. What do you think Iran's presence there would change? What do you think the China dynamic changes?
I find it difficult. Iran has apparently presented some flexibility, but Trump's demands on negotiations are zero enrichment, zero fuel, zero nuclear activities. And on that basis, there's no reason for the Iranians to grant the monitoring and control, including outside of declared sites, they would like. That is the basis for the differences over nuclear. It is an important one. The Security Council meeting is very important. We will see more clearly, I hope, what China believes. We will have a chance for the Iranians, if they wish to do so, to explain their approach. And we will hopefully hear from the United States about its approaches and get perhaps a more clear view than we have got for the numerous and sporadic reports about how and in what way the negotiations are proceeding. What I've given you is my best summary, but it is very elliptical, not embellished in any way at all, except for my frustration in seeing the differences and my hope that some ideas we put on the table may help bridge them.
Okay, and just lastly, Ambassador Pickering, I mean, Iran clearly wants to show Israel and the United States that they're worse off, that the world is worse off for having started this war. Is your prediction that Iran's going to have its way?
They have suffered very significant damage. I have no doubt. I've seen the pictures. I've heard the descriptions. I've heard people in Iran describing what's going on. And we know that Iran is not a country of free words. And so we have to take that with some, put it this way, concern or skepticism. But I think it's sufficiently out in the open that they have. What they have shown is they seem to be prepared to take more, although they may have, we're not sure, bent a little bit in negotiations, not as far as Trump wants. And my view is that all that Trump seeks to have must be, associated with ongoing, careful, scientifically based verification, not only of undeclared locations, but those which the IAEA has some evidence that Iran is conducting clandestine nuclear activities, contrary to any kind of agreement they may arrive at with Trump.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you very much indeed. Thomas Pickering, former US ambassador to the UN, Russia, Jordan and Israel. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
We're joined now by Alan Eyre, who is a distinguished diplomatic fellow at the Middle East Institute and a former senior diplomat on the US negotiating team for the 2015 JCPOA Iran nuclear deal. He joins us, as ever, from Washington, D.C. Alan, welcome back to the programme. Thank you for joining us. President Trump insists that the United States has the upper hand. He says that Iran is desperate for a deal. Is that how it looks to you?
No, I don't, and I doubt that's how it looks to him, too. I can understand why he says that, but in fact, the opposite is the case. Iran has the strategic upper hand, and the U.S. administration is pretty much flailing. It realizes if it bombs Iran again, Iran will retaliate on a wide scale against Gulf energy infrastructure, and still he's not willing to move U.S. red lines, so the two sides are still very, very far apart. So we're at a standstill, and the only thing that's getting worse every day is the economic consequences of the closure of the strait.
Okay, so when you hear the Trump administration saying things like they're begging for a deal, and then you hear Iran sounding extremely defiant in public, I mean, you don't buy into the idea, therefore, that we're hearing two different sets of messages, one for public consumption, one for private consumption, i.e. the United States?
Well, no, you're exactly right. Both governments are not telling the truth. I mean, especially during wartime, governments speak not to impart information often, but to condition the battlefield. President Trump is, I think, consciously misstating the truth, and Iran is emphasizing its willingness to retaliate and escalate if attacked because it sees that as the best form of strategic deterrence. Now, there could be behind the scenes progress in negotiations conducted by Pakistan, Qatar, and others. I think that unlikely.
I mean, the latest we have from Washington is the Vice President J.D. Vance saying a lot of good progress is being made. I mean, but just to reiterate, I mean, it doesn't sound like you would agree with that.
No, I would disagree with it. I would think that anything the Trump administration, again, we're seeing this ritualistic progression from the U.S. administration where they, threaten apocalyptic kinetic action on Iran. It's only a matter of time. Then at the last minute, they stand down because someone else has said, please don't, because there's good progress being made. They reaffirm there's good progress being made. Nothing happens. Iran denies there's progress being made. And then we go back to step one, which is the bellicose military threats. So most of the statements by the Trump administration are either seeking to terrify the Iranians or calm down international financial markets.
Well, not just international, I mean domestic as well. I mean, President Trump is he's under pressure, isn't he? I mean, got rising energy costs at home. That's really biting US consumers. And surely the Iranians are extremely aware of that. Does that give them an advantage, do you think, going into these talks? I mean, is time on Iran's side here?
Time is definitely not just time, but time is certainly on Iran's side. The naval blockade of Iranian ports is effective, but it's effective over a months-long time frame. And as we all know, the Iranian elite, the people ruling Iran, really don't care about the quality of life of those people they're ruling. We saw that when they killed tens of thousands of them only a few months ago. Conversely, President Trump has acute political radar and realizes he's heading into a midterm elections where Republicans are increasingly weak due to the rising costs of gasoline and soon pretty much everything. Because let's not forget, the economic consequences of the strait being closed for 70 plus days are just now starting to hit America. They've already hit Asia, Africa, and Europe, but they're really going to start increasing in the coming weeks.
And in terms of that rhetoric from the Trump administration, which you said was designed to terrify the Iranians, I mean, when President Trump says things like the clock is ticking, he threatens fresh strikes, do you think that improves the chances of a favorable outcome, i.e. a deal to end the war, or do you think it makes it an even more remote prospect?
I think at this point it's water off a duck's back. I don't think it has any effect, Tom. I think that the Iranians take it as an operating assumption that Israel, because let's not forget Israel's role in this, and the United States are seeking to get rid of the Islamic Republic. And even if there is an agreement, in a few months from now, after the midterms, perhaps Israel and the U.S. will attack Iran again. This is the operating assumption of the new government in Iran, the new regime, which is far more radical, far more militarized than the one we eliminated at the start of the war. So Iran takes it as an operating assumption that the U.S. sooner or later will continue its attempts to get rid of this regime.
I mean, you've been on the other side of the negotiating table from the Iranians when you worked on the JCPOA deal. I mean, knowing Iranian negotiators and their tactics, I mean, have you spotted any obvious errors that have been made by the United States going into these discussions?
Well, the obvious error was attacking them twice in the middle of negotiations and never seriously considering the option of negotiations. This Trump administration has not even begun to contemplate the possibility of actually negotiating with Iran. Instead, it keeps waiting for Iran to capitulate to U.S. demands because it feels mistakenly that U.S. military superiority gives the U.S. a right to dictate terms of surrender to Iran. And that's not reality. That's a mistake. So this administration hasn't tried negotiations because negotiations take a long time. It takes serious, sustained effort. And this administration, when it comes to foreign policy, likes quick victories. So it's not just a question of the U.S. using the wrong tactic. The U.S. hasn't considered negotiations as a means to solve this problem yet. And they won't until the pain point, the pain threshold, is reached in terms of U.S. domestic politics.
I don't know how long you spent on the other side of the negotiating table in total. Do tell us how many months or years it was. But what was the one thing you learned? What was the one golden nugget of advice that you would give to people negotiating on behalf of the United States today to bring about a successful outcome?
Well, I spent 5 years, from 2010 to 2015. The first 3 years of negotiations were not taken seriously by either side. They were a waste of time. In 2013, for a variety of reasons, both sides decided to engage in serious and sustained negotiations. And even then, it took about 20 months. So if this U.S. administration ever does decide to negotiate, I would just tell them, roll up your sleeves. It's going to take a lot of time, and have your best people on it. Use the considerable collective expertise available to the United States government, even now after the Trump administration has purged the U.S. foreign policy apparatus of much of its expertise.
I mean, that's quite alarming, that time frame that you just mentioned there. I mean, if you're saying it took 3 years before any serious progress was made, I mean, do you see history repeating itself and for these negotiations being dragged out for such a long period of time? Or do you think the fact that there has been some military action up until this point, and there could be more of it, do you think that will speed things up?
No, military action will set it back because the Iranians have zero trust in the United States and have zero trust in negotiations as an ability to prevent future U.S. aggression. You know, in 1988, Supreme Leader Khomeini famously said he was going to drink from a poisoned chalice and accept the ceasefire that ended the 8-year-long Iran-Iraq war because he saw that as a way of preserving the Islamic Republic. We're in the different situation now where the current Iranian regime sees accepting U.S. terms not as a way of preserving the Islamic Republic, but as a way of ending it. They see capitulation to what they see as U.S. maximalist demands as something that will end or bring about the end of the Islamic Republic. And that's why negotiations is such a hard sell in this environment.
Well, I can imagine you have great sympathy for Pakistan as mediators in this particular situation. Clearly not an easy task, and one Pakistani source is quoted as saying both sides keep shifting the goalposts, they said, and clearly exasperated. I mean, is that how it looks to you? Does it look like both sides are, as this source said, shifting the goalposts all the time?
Well, that's another problem you put your finger on, Tom, which is it's not just Pakistan acting as an intermediary now. There's indications the Iranians are a little less eager for only Pakistan to do these mediations, and now Qatar is also carrying messages back and forth. So, yeah, it's very hard to do these types of negotiations when you've got a third party. It slows things down, and it also enhances miscommunication. And as you said, the goalposts are shifting because, and I have to underline this point because it's the single most important point here, neither side is serious about negotiations yet. Neither side thinks they can get what they feel they must have through negotiations. And that's the main reason why there's been no progress.
Alan, you're making it sound like a solution, a deal, two sides signing on the dotted line is a very long way off. I mean, how long are we talking?
Not a question of long. It might never happen. Yeah, what I'm saying is it is unlikely that two sides can arrive at a comprehensive negotiated settlement that solves both the nuclear issue and the far more exigent issue of reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So how long it takes? Again, they don't need to do a 150-page JCPOA-like document with 5 annexes. This administration has shown that it really is not into detail. So it could be the best we get out of this is a couple of page documents with generalities where ambiguity is the feature and not the bug, but it allows President Trump to declare victory and get out of there. The problem is, or a problem is, that the new Iranian red line is control and monetization of the Strait of Hormuz, which they now seem quite unlikely to give up. So it could well be that the West will have to take that, at least in the short term.
So you're saying that an eventual deal or an eventual outcome could simply be that we're in a situation that's worse than being back to square one, i.e. where we were at the end of February?
Yeah, let me be clear, Tom. We will never get back to square one. The situation economically regarding the Middle East region, we can't put that back together. It's a complex system. The war broke it. So it will achieve a new homeostasis. This war will end. The bombs will stop. Maritime traffic will probably increase through the strait, though I don't know if we'll ever get back to pre-war levels in any sort of time frame that interests us. But yeah, we're in a new post-war world now. And unfortunately, I think it quite unlikely we'll get back to where we were on February 27th or 26th of this year.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure. Alan Eyre, distinguished diplomatic fellow at the Middle East Institute, former senior U.S. diplomat. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Now, the World Health Organization has declared the Ebola outbreak to be a public health emergency of international concern. And the WHO is warning that a coordinated global response is now needed. Well, the agency says it is especially concerned about the scale and speed of the outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. What makes this current outbreak more worrying, as it involves a rare strain of Ebola with no approved vaccine? Before we turn to our next guest, let's get a quick reminder of what Ebola is. It is a rare but deadly virus. Symptoms can take days or even weeks to appear, but they usually start suddenly with fever, headaches, and extreme fatigue. Well, we're joined now by Dr. Oliver Johnson, who led the Ebola isolation unit in Sierra Leone during the 2014 outbreak of the virus. He joins us now from Cape Town. Dr. Johnson, just recalling your time in Sierra Leone, that was during the West Africa Ebola epidemic of 12 years ago. And it does seem, doesn't it, like Ebola flares up every few years. Are you noticing these outbreaks become more frequent?
So there have been quite a few outbreaks over the years. I think this is the 17th outbreak in the DRC. What makes this one different is that it's a different strain from the more recent outbreaks. And in the large outbreak in 2014 that I was part of in West Africa, we were able to develop new treatments and a new vaccine for those other strains that have meant that subsequent outbreaks, while they've been serious, they've been much easier to control. Now, the reason this is seeing such a large outbreak is that some of the diagnostics of vaccines, they don't work for this strain. And so it does feel like we're putting the clock back to the technologies we had in 2014, making it much more challenging.
Right, this is called the Bundibugyo strain, and as you say, it doesn't have an effective vaccine yet. Is it a matter of time before such a vaccine can be created?
It should be. There are quite a lot of candidates, so pharmaceutical companies, researchers have some possible vaccines. The difficulty is that to do a clinical trial for a vaccine, you need there to be patients who are unwell, and so you can't do a trial unless there's an outbreak. And so now we have to move very quickly in manufacturing a vaccine from these, samples on a shelf, getting it into the field, getting consent from communities. And that is something that doesn't happen in a few days. So it could be 3 months or 6 months before a trial can even happen. So realistically, for this outbreak, we're going to have to work with the tools we've got. And that means going back to basics.
Right, more than 10,000 people died during the West Africa Ebola epidemic of 2014. Does it look like we're on track at the moment, given the numbers you're seeing and given the fact that there is this delay of any chance of a vaccine being rolled out? At least it's some way down the line. Does it look like we're on track for something comparable?
Well, I hope not. And it's not entirely impossible. It really depends on how quickly we move. So an outbreak response is always a race against time. And this outbreak had a big head start because it looks like it's been circulating for a couple of months before local health officials realized that they were dealing with an Ebola outbreak. And so it spread to different now to Uganda, but also to different communities in the DRC, a huge country, which is very difficult to travel around. So there is the risk, but if we move very quickly, if we get support to frontline health workers, if we do good contact tracing, but also if we engage communities in a way that doesn't undermine their trust, but rather builds their trust in a shared response, I think there's every chance that we can get ahead of this. Now, the one thing to point out is that we've had massive cuts in recent years. The US pulling out of the World Health Organization, aid agencies in Europe and elsewhere making major cuts to global health. This has really undermined our capacity to respond. And the WHO has moved quickly, but we have to bear in mind that the cuts we've seen leave us much more vulnerable.
Right. It sounds as though from what you're saying, like communication is going to be a really key weapon to tackle this and to make people aware of the risks and how to protect themselves from contracting Ebola. I mean, what do you think is the one thing? I mean, there are probably many things, but what do you think is the overarching, most important thing people can do to protect themselves from contracting Ebola in one of the hotspots?
Well, I think the first thing to say is that communication is a two-way process, and that what we've got to do is not just talk with communities, but we've got to start by listening to communities. Communities have deep expertise. They understand their lived realities. And too often these responses ignore communities, and they lack empathy to the everyday lives and what they're really asking of communities. So I think the most important thing is that as we start to work with communities, this isn't a response that's done to them, but it's a response that's done with them. And at that point in dialogue, there are a lot of things we can do around reassuring people that they can get good quality care at health facilities. Now, that has to be true. We need to have health workers, have health resources at health facilities. And we need people to be cautious about burials. We need to respect traditional burial rights, but support people to conduct those in a way that's safe. And ultimately, we need a response that reassures people that by participating in the response, they will be safer, their families will be safer, and avoid people going underground, hiding, or being violent or resistant to a response that exists around them.
I mean, it's a very dangerous virus, isn't it? I mean, it's got an average fatality rate of about 50%, which I think makes it, at the high end of the danger zone for viruses. How did you stay safe when you were working in close proximity to people with Ebola?
It is a very dangerous virus. And of course, in recent years with the vaccine, we've been able to largely protect health workers who have been on the front lines. But without a vaccine, it means that health workers are once again at risk. Now, the difference between this and, say, COVID is it was very hard to protect yourself from an airborne disease. You can wear a mask, but it's challenging. Now, with Ebola, as long as you wash your hands, as long as you wear gloves, you do have the tools at your disposal to keep yourself safe. So we've got to make sure that health workers, people on the front lines, they've got protective equipment, they've got running water and chlorine and soap. It's not necessarily complicated equipment, but it needs to be there in strong supply. People need to be well trained. But the one thing I'd say is that you are able to protect yourself if you have those in place. Part of the danger is exhaustion. So when you're on the front lines, if in very hot, very challenging environments, if you're understaffed, you start to work day and night, shift after shift, you start to make mistakes. So one of the most important things is having those resources, having that training, but also having enough capacity that people are rested and aren't making mistakes that put themselves at risk.
So it doesn't sound like it's massively contagious, but what's key, it seems, from listening to what you're saying, is that people follow the protocol and they don't leave anything to chance. Does that sort of sum it up, do you think?
Yeah, this is unlikely to cause a major pandemic. The Director General of the World Health Organization said today this is a local and regional risk, but a low pandemic risk. But it can be devastating to communities because there are certain exposures, having direct contact with someone who's sick. And of course, in many countries, the primary caregivers are not health workers. It is family members. It is relatives. It may also be clergy and traditional healers. And so there's many people in communities that have contact with sick people. And that is a very dangerous exposure. But of course, when someone's sick, it is your instinct to care for them. And people have said before, Ebola is a disease that's spread from love and from care. And so it's really important that those people are supported and protected as best they can.
And the fact that this virus doesn't necessarily display symptoms for quite some time after someone is infected, I mean, that clearly adds quite a serious, quite an additional and complex level of danger, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And this is a community that is often on the move. There are many people who are traders. There are many people who are miners. There are many people who move across these borders. These borders exist sometimes more on a map or on paper than they do in reality for communities that were divided by colonial borders in remote areas and by sort of administrative jurisdiction. So people are moving. And as they move, they may not realize they're sick, or if they're sick, their symptoms may be similar to malaria, similar to other illnesses they've commonly had in the past. So that does mean that we need excellent contact tracing for people who have been unwell. It does mean that regions that have not yet confirmed cases need to be on the alert to be engaging their communities to look out for possible cases, responding very quickly. Now, that is doable. In the West Africa outbreak, there were cases that went to Nigeria. And when that happened, I was really worried that there would be a big outbreak in Nigeria. But Nigeria moved quickly, they contained it, and they cared for the patients who were sick. So it's not an impossible task, but it requires public health expertise, resourcing, political priority, but ultimately also trust of communities to partner with the response across the region so that we can contain the outbreak quickly and provide care to those who are sick.
Right, and Dr. Johnson, at the moment, I mean, we know this virus is in the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's also in neighbouring Uganda. I mean, is it, do you think, likely that it will spread beyond those two countries?
I think that the South Sudan border is very close to the affected area. And, you know, South Sudan, as a post-conflict country, also has a health system that's been undermined, remote rural communities. So I think particularly responders in South Sudan need to be on the high alert. Beyond that region, you know, I think there are other neighboring countries that, you know, Rwanda and others that have stronger health systems that are very quick to respond. So it's possible. But that said, I think the most likely spread is South Sudan. The issue is that the Democratic Republic of Congo is an enormous country with many provinces that spreads all the way from central across to the coast of west to the west coast of Africa. So I think spread across the DRC is a challenge. Now, of course, the Congolese government has immense experience in responding to Ebola outbreaks. We shouldn't underestimate how much skill and capacity they have in this response, but they need resource, they need support, and other neighboring countries, of course, need to be on the alert, because if they can identify possible cases quickly, then it can help. But we shouldn't penalize those countries. We shouldn't undermine those countries. They're doing their very best to contain this. They need solidarity. They don't need to be ostracized or isolated.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, the World Health Organization has classified this an international emergency, which is less serious than classifying it as a pandemic. Just tell us what that will mean, though, having this sort of international emergency out there. What does it change?
So when the WHO declares a public health emergency of international concern, it means that this is an outbreak that's likely to affect communities across different borders and have significant impact. And the purpose of this emergency is to bring priority to bear. This needs to be a priority for public health agencies, for political leaders who need to make difficult decisions about, deploying resources or about constraining movement to protect public safety. But it's also a big sign to the international community that they need to step up with the expertise, the laboratories, the protective equipment, the health workers, the funding that's necessary to react quickly. And of course, with the cuts to the World Health Organization, with significant aid cuts, the funding available, the resources available for emergency response are far less than they were a few years ago. So now is a time that countries in the Gulf, countries in Europe and internationally need to move quickly to reinvest in global health. It's a reminder that we cannot afford to make cuts, because ultimately it costs us more in the long run. It undermines our health systems. It causes public fear. And that's a very false economy. So this is a sign as an emergency that we need to invest and move quickly.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Oliver Johnson, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The world is changing, and the Global South is seizing the opportunities arising in a shifting geopolitical landscape. So, in a series of special interviews, Counterpoints is coming to you from the Africa CEO Forum in Kigali, Rwanda. Join me, Melinda Nucifora, in discussion with policymakers, corporate leaders and disruptive thinkers. Here on Al Arabiya English. Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from the Africa CEO Forum in Kigali, Rwanda. Well, headquartered in Cairo, the El Saudi Electric Company is an energy solutions leader. In just about 3 decades, the company has transformed from a family-run cable company into one of the world's leading providers of integrated infrastructure solutions. So I'm pleased to be joining the CEO and President of El Saudi Electric, Ahmed El Saudi. Thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints.
Thank you much. Thank you.
Day one of the Africa CEO Forum, and we've already heard quite a firm call to action. The speakers in the opening session were really championing this idea of Africa's potential, the need to propel the continent forward. They've been highlighting the importance of development and in particular ending things like the exploitative resource extraction deals and the importance of energy transition. What did you take out of the opening session, and how do you think El Saudi Electric plays into that call to action?
Really, of course, thank you much. I've been several times before in the CEO Forum. I love it. The quality of the people here is really different. Yes, organization is nice. And it's only 2 days. Of course, there has to be more, but really it's very condensed. Of course, we are an energy provider and solution provider in all worldwide, but also focusing on Africa. Africa, for us, is one of the main continents because we are an African company. At the same time, the opening of the sessions was really beautiful, very nice, encouraging, more energy. But of course, we can do a lot in Africa, as we are doing. With Africa, they need energy. And they need a lot of other things for the next 100 years. But it begins with energy and with electricity. Because without electricity, nothing is there. And we can see in the whole world, everywhere, electricity is number one now. For data centers, for...
It seemed to be, though, in that opening session, yes, there needs to be interest, yes, there needs to be investment, but it needs to be the right kind of interest and the right kind of investment. Do you think you'll see a change in the way energy and energy solutions are partnered throughout Africa? So it's not just a matter of extracting the energy, but it's going to be an infrastructure build here.
Yes. What I'm speaking about, the infrastructure. We need 100% infrastructure for electricity for everybody. Because to have better living for people, they must have electricity. Without this, they have nothing. If you want to make jobs, which is the most important for every one of us to have a nice job, you need electricity. But to do this, there is a big change happening in the infrastructure and in the electricity worldwide, and it will begin from Africa. By the way,
the Julius Nyerere hydropower plant in Tanzania is one of the largest infrastructure undertakings, and also something that your company is directly involved in. In terms of this year's forum theme, scale or fail, even though you're talking about smaller projects, do you think there is a need for magnitude, for that sort of scale and that cooperation across the continent if the continent is going to succeed?
Yes, you're right. I was speaking about small power stations and small things, but if a country have already had their whole infrastructure, and the infrastructure is built, and they lack big power plants or big energy, there is no way except to put conventional, let's say 1 giga, 2 giga, 3 giga power station, or hydro plant. And really, we as a company, we love very much to work in things which have big impact on the continents and big impact on countries. And this Julius Nyerere hydropower plant have huge impact in all Tanzania and the countries around. Especially that the cost of energy will be much less. This is the project for the next 50 years. It's over 2 giga, which is really a lot. It can give a lot of jobs for a lot of people. It can change the way of education, of health, of industry. Because even we invested a lot in Tanzania on factories, like cables, transformers, other things, because now there is energy and there is a lot of potential for improving the infrastructure, improving transmission, distribution.
And if you're talking about distribution, transmission, that is obviously internal in individual countries, but do you see the need also for more cross-border cooperation? I mean, we've seen the African Continental Free Trade Agreement picking up a bit of traction, but would you like to see more integrated, more shared ownership, I suppose, which is also another theme that we heard from the Rwandan president, in the opening address. Do you think that that is something that could really drive energy transmission forward?
I think it's a must. We can see it in the Gulf, the interconnection in the Gulf, and they're pushing more and more. We can see the interconnection of the Gulf connected with Egypt through the sea. We can see the interconnection all over Europe. So for Africa, it's a must. Because it will make a big difference. Why do you think
it's been so difficult for Africa in the past?
For the past and even today, if there is no clear regulations and there's no clear path how we can do this, and what is the way for private sector to invest in Africa? Investing in African infrastructure is not easy. The project can take 3 or 4 years just for approval. So they need a lot, but what's on ground is much less.
What would you like to see as an immediate change that can spur things along and get that interconnectedness that you think is so vital?
That all the financing, big financing like IMF and like the EBRD and all the financing parties worldwide, put clear regulations for how private sector can invest in infrastructure in Africa, and to put the vision before we put the road. How many giga water needed for the next 5 years per year, so we put the plan to reach this target.
Okay, well, if we look outside of the continent of Africa, in an interview that you did recently with our colleagues at Al Arabiya Business, the group's CFO said that international markets now account for 70% of total revenue. How challenging has it been to grow your global footprint? And is that where you see the future direction of Al Saudi Electric?
Really, we are very optimistic. because the whole world now is speaking about electrification. Electrification is the right time. So anywhere in the Gulf, in USA, in China, in the Africa, so on. And we are in this business. It's a challenging, yes, but our main target now, or how we do it, we focus a lot on the people in the company. We recruit a lot of young generation. We train them very good. HR and developing personnel in our company and around is one of our main focusing. And because of this, even as a company, 100% of our CSR is focused in education in Egypt and in all the countries we are working at. Because we believe that to begin, education is number one.
I was going to come to education in a little while, but because you've raised it in such a succinct manner, let's talk about it a little bit more. Because if we look back at Africa, African youth population is expected to account for 60 to 70% of the global total by the end of the century. And you are obviously very passionate about education and about youth development. So can you talk us a little bit more through how the company and the foundation that you've started bridges the gap between academia and industry? And what do you think are some of the biggest hurdles to give young people, young aspiring workers in this region, the job opportunities that they need?
First, yesterday I met the president of Rwanda. We have a meeting with him yesterday. I was really impressed, and each time I meet him, I'm impressed that he's focusing a lot on education and health. And he's putting 16% of the revenue of the country on education and how to put people in a better way. And this is the most important. How to focus on your people and how to educate them. Because if you get somebody, let's forget about him. He knows his way. Also the same thing, I believe that young generation are the future and are the present. Not only the future, the present. We recruit over 1,500 people, 1,500 young generation from all the universities worldwide every year. A lot of training, education inside the company for 8 months, which we believe they teach us what to do. They tell us what to do.
They've got bright ideas.
Yes, bright ideas. And to be surrounded by young people and also experts with a good knowledge and good experience is important to have the mix. This gives you better future and how to look better on the future and to be optimistic.
Just finally, a lot of African firms are competing against firms in China, firms across Europe for big continental contracts. So what do you think sets your company apart, maybe other African companies apart, when it comes to being able to pull off these big mega mergers, these big projects? Why should it be El Saudi Electric as opposed to a company coming out of China or Europe?
Why we are able to take big projects?
Yes. And how do you remain competitive against companies in China?
We are always investing every day in technology, investing in digital. We have a very big department in the company for the AI. We invest in a lot of machinery and make it a lot up to date. We are with our customers. Our customer is the main target. We are very flexible with them. We think what the customer needs, what the customer problems, and we are trying to fulfill his needs and his problems with our expertise and our financials. Because I believe customer is the target, and we can see this.
Really fascinating to talk to you. Ahmed El Saudi, thank you so much for your time here on Counterpoints, coming to you from the Africa CEO Forum. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. It's a great honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters in Riyadh. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up today, the CEO of the world's largest oil company, Saudi Aramco, warns that if disruption in the Strait of Hormuz continues beyond mid-June, then the oil market won't normalize until the year 2027. Plus, we'll be finding out about Saudi Arabia's changing expectations of consulting companies. I'll be speaking to the firm Alvarez & Marsal, which prides itself on asking tough questions. And ahead of the Hajj, hundreds of thousands of pilgrims arrive in the kingdom from all around the world. We'll be telling you about the initiatives and the resources aimed at increasing their comfort and improving their overall experience. Diving straight into our top story. The head of Saudi Arabia's Aramco is warning that the ongoing disruption to oil exports via the Strait of Hormuz could threaten the market stability as far ahead as the year 2027. The Aramco CEO, Amin Nasser, added to that warning, saying that even a few more weeks of disruption would delay the rebalancing and stabilization of the oil market even longer than that. Well, the energy giant has ramped up exports via the East-West pipeline to the Red Sea port of Yanbu, and that has helped the company to maintain 60 to 70% of crude export volumes. Even so, the closure of the strait, which has already been called the biggest ever disruption to the energy market, is resulting in the loss of around 100 million barrels of oil per week. Well, we're joined now by Nuruldin Al-Hamouri, who is the Chief Market Strategist at the brokerage firm Equity Group. But thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I was just reading those comments by Amin Nasser, the Aramco CEO, and I wondered what you made of them.
Of course, I mean, it comes from someone who's very well informed about what is happening, at least in the oil market all across the board, especially also when it comes to the situation that we have. Hormuz is still closed. And at the same time, they talk about rebalancing and the possibility that this might be a short war. Yes, could be a short war, but at the end of the day, the rebalancing that is going to be the thing that will matter the most. At least for the market, and I think this is one of the main risks that this is not just an oil story anymore. If energy prices stays elevated from one side, it feeds into transportation costs, aviation, shipping, food logistics, petrochemicals, and eventually, of course, inflation expectations. And that is where the problem becomes much bigger for also central banks.
Right, so it's going to become a central bank story. We'll come on to that in just a second. I mean, I want to ask you, it's been 2.5 months, hasn't it, since this conflict began? And I just wondered what your sense is of how the markets are coping.
Well, I mean, at this stage, I would say markets are not ignoring kind of the risk, but they are also maybe underpricing the duration of the risk. Markets are usually good at pricing a 1 day or 1 week shock, but what's struggling with they're struggling with the prolonged period of uncertainty where no one knows where shipping flows or when the shipping flows will normalize, whether insurance cost also keeps rising or whether energy supply remains constrained for weeks or for months. The key point remains at this stage is that the first move in oil is the easy part to practice or to price. The second round effect are definitely the harder ones. That includes, again, higher transportation costs, higher financial conditions, pressure also on consumers, and renewed inflation expectations.
Do you think investors have adequately priced risks to shipping, supply chains, and inflation expectations?
I mean, not the fully one, I would say. But initially, we've seen at least all the bond yields are going higher for a reason, because everybody thinks now that the idea of any kind of rate cut by the Federal Reserve or by other central banks are not going to happen anytime soon. Because inflation expectations are higher, and even, by the way, inflation was sticky even before the war. So the idea to say that investors just basically shrugged off everything and as if there is no war, yes, it happened, but it happened also because of the fundamentals that we've seen, at least in the U.S. Look at the earnings season that we had. so far, but even the latest data suggested also that even 60% of the GDP of the U.S. in the last quarter was also supported by AI. This is one reason why you can argue how the market is basically at record highs, despite the fact that we are still within a war or military operation. So this is one thing that is still at the same time, investors are divided, but at the same time they'll have to go with the flow until we see some major shift in the fundamentals.
Sure, and investors like uncertainty, perhaps least of all, don't they? It's the biggest enemy of investing. Would you say it's the uncertainty that's now perhaps the biggest sort of element weighing on the minds of investors?
I mean, I would say both. It's uncertainty, and at the same time, how long this is going to continue. At the beginning, it was supposed to be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then now it's been 2 months. The talks now about maybe until September. Hopefully not, but at the end of the day, uncertainty changes, and it changes behaviors. Companies also hold more inventories. Shipping firms demand higher compensation. Insurers also raise premiums. Consumers and businesses delay decisions. Investors demand a higher risk premium, and that is why also, even if oil stops rising aggressively, let's say, the market impact also can continue if volatility remains elevated and the supply outlook remains unclear. So I would also frame it in a way that oil is the price signal, but uncertainty is the macro shock.
And what do you think are the indicators that investors should be keeping a close eye on to determine whether this is a short-term shock or a more persistent macro event?
That is going to be a little bit complex, but I'll try to make it as easy as possible. I would divide it into four buckets. First, you have the energy market structure. Watch Brent spreads, West Texas spreads, at the same time backwardation, refined product cracks. You have diesel, jet fuel, and gasoline margins. If the backwardation remains strong, it tells us that the market is still worried about immediate physical tightness. Second one would be, of course, the shipping supply chain stress. Watch tanker rates, freight cost, insurance premiums, vessel traffic through the strait, which remains very low, and any rerouting that is happening. If the disruption becomes logistically larger than just geopolitics, it becomes definitely more and more persistent. Third, inflation. And the inflation expectations and rates. Currently, we're watching the 10-year yields and the 10-year break-evens. Real yields and market also pricing for Fed cuts. Currently, there's no pricing for any rate cut, and also if inflation expectations continue to rise while growth data weakens, that is the stagflation signal, and this is one thing that is we would not like to see at any point. Even central banks would never be like to see such a thing. And lastly, I would say risk appetites and financial conditions. You'll have to watch the credit spreads, the dollar, the VIX, also the MOVE index, and regional equity performance. If credit spreads widen and yields rise at the same time, that would suggest that markets are moving from headline risk to macro risk.
Okay, so at what point do you think energy prices get so high that they start to materially alter monetary policy?
I mean, I think at this stage we are maybe getting close to it, because I think at some point now we are getting closer to what we call a demand destruction. Now you are talking about Brent reached today about almost 110. Also, West Texas was about 104. Verbal interventions continued from the U.S. administration, talking about the end of the war, and that's possibly a new progress that might or they made a new progress with Iran, but on the ground, this is not something that actually happened. At least this is what the markets are pricing in today. If you look at the futures right now ahead of the open, we had about 2% decline in Nasdaq, about 1.5% in S&P and Dow Jones. So for the time being, uncertainty, it keeps building up, but at the same time, the more oil keeps going up and remains elevated, the more it will hurt the market in some ways. At least could not be today, because yesterday we were at record high, but in the next few weeks, it will definitely continue to weigh on it, especially if it remains elevated.
Yeah, and just to wrap up, Nuruddin, I mean, you touched on this at the beginning, I know, but I mean, it doesn't look like this is a temporary shock, and we've already, I mean, who can say what the word temporary even means? But it's been 2.5 months. I mean, you were saying that this could evolve from being an oil story to a broader inflation and central bank story. Just tell us a bit more about what you mean by that.
Yeah, because central banks were getting ready to keep on easing. There was no expectations in the market that financial conditions will shift from possible easing or further easing into tightening. This is something nobody was ready to see. Everybody was waiting for, lower borrowing cost again, lower inflation. At the same time, what happened was basically the opposite, and in a very short period of time. So you have now higher inflation expectations from one side. This also will weigh on growth. You have to look at the labor market too. This combination, when you have lower growth, higher inflation, and lower employment or higher unemployment rate, this is stagflation. This is the worst combination for central banks, because they will have to decide where they will have to fight first. Are they going to fight inflation, raise rates to fight inflation, or to cut rates in order to help growth, or even at some point they might even be forced to restart QE. But this is the dilemma now the central banks will be facing, especially if this conflict continued longer than, I'd say, from now another month. That would be something that central banks will not be happy to see.
Okay, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Thank you very much indeed. Nuruddin Al-Hamari, the Chief Market Strategist at Equity Group. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Well, staying with the ongoing destabilization of the energy markets, let's take a look now at how the current commodity supply shock is changing the way people think, from governments and investors to trendsetters to businesses. Well, we're joined now from Cape Town by Charlie Law, who is a former commodities trader. He's also the author of the best-selling book, It's Not Just Mumbo Jumbo. Charlie, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to talk to us. We're going to be talking about your book in a moment, but I want to start by drawing on your expertise as a former commodities trader. I mean, have you ever seen anything like the current situation we're seeing now in the oil markets?
I mean, these are totally unprecedented times, Tom. A lot of us can remember COVID, but COVID was very different because we had a demand shock, and that was very different. So here we've got a supply shock, and the demand is still very much there. Now, the interesting thing about what's happening is that at the very beginning of the crisis, we had a lot of people who were caught off guard, and there was a bit of panic, and there we saw a lot of the volatility. But since that has happened, this second phase that we're in, there's been some adapting happening, shall we say. The shock has been absorbed to a certain degree. The demand side has slowed. People are, saving and not using quite as much energy. Alternative supplies are coming on. Saudi and the UAE are diverting export away from the Strait of Hormuz. You've got other oil-producing countries increasing capacity in export production, and so there's not quite the crazy volatility at the moment, but fundamentally there is still a deficit, and we are living in unprecedented times. That's absolutely.
And Charlie, once the conflict is over, and hopefully a solution will be found in the not too distant future, I mean, how long would it take for oil prices to get back down to, say, pre-conflict levels?
It's a great question. I think it's the one that everyone's asking. And unfortunately, if everything was to go back to normal tomorrow, we've heard this a bit, once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. And I think there will be a prolonged period of inherent nervousness and uncertainty. Well, might this happen again? It's happened once, so it could happen again. And then there's an awful lot of replenishment from a lot of the nation state reserves that needs to happen. Those are actually being tapped at the moment to help with supply. And then a lot of the damage that's been done to the Gulf producers, that could take up to 18 months to reconstruct and bring back online. So I think that certainly in the short to medium term, we'll still see fairly buoyant prices.
Now, in terms of any sort of takeaways from this chapter and lessons learned, I mean, moving forwards, do you think we might see governments, investors, businesses perhaps doing anything differently as a result of what they've learned suddenly during these last 3 months?
I mean, it's a huge one, and I think it's on many people's lips at the moment, with the realization towards the fragility and vulnerability of the supply chains. Obviously, some countries are more vulnerable than others. Europe has shown to be more exposed than others, with whether it's food security or energy security. And I think we're seeing, also developing countries. I mean, just recently, India paid a crazy amount of money, double the price for 2.5 million tons of urea imported into the country to make sure that India had was taken care of in terms of food security. China's stopped exporting a lot of fertilizers as well, and has capped prices in China as well. And so we're going to see how governments and key stakeholders are going to go to larger levels in the future to make sure that their citizens are protected. We've also seen how this has been interesting for the green transition and renewable energy, and that's interesting for investment and trends as well. And rearmament and defense. We've seen what Germany's done with its defense budget, and America going from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion. And, it's almost like the rules have changed. The old peace assumptions aren't there anymore. And then, you take just those two things on their own. You've got the rearmaments and the defense of nation states increasing their budgets and focusing more on renewable energy. Then all of a sudden you're like, okay, so what do we need to do that? And then that all of a sudden points to rare earth elements and critical minerals, and a lot of that's in China, whether it's originated from there or processing there, and that ironically exposes another fragility and vulnerability in terms of supply chain. So it's fascinating, but there then potentially lies opportunities again for businesses and investors, because mining in the West, regulation, environmental permitting, that could change, that could loosen. So it's absolutely fascinating, Tom, to see how things could play out after this.
Right, just turning the page on this segment of the conversation. Just lastly, before we move on, I mean, investors do not like uncertainty, do they? I mean, you know that better than anyone. And I'm just wondering whether perhaps one of the worst outcomes is perhaps a period of prolonged stalemate here, Charlie.
You're absolutely right. And, it's very hard to forecast, Tom, what will actually happen. But if this stalemate does continue, then, it's hard to ignore that a more structural problem is inevitable. We don't have a crystal ball in terms of the demand and the economies and how much those will contract around the world. But, ultimately, if you can't get enough helium and fertilizer and aviation fuels and LNG to basic industries, from textiles to fuel production to plastics, it touches everything. And if it costs more to produce things, if there's less things and it costs more to transport them to the right places, then ultimately this is going to get passed on to the consumer, and unfortunately that's going to end in higher inflation.
Charlie, let's talk a bit more about you and a bit less about commodities and energy. I'd like to know about your transition from being a commodity trader to being an author and an executive coach. How did that transition happen?
Yeah, so I was a physical commodity trader, Tom, for over a decade, and a mining entrepreneur in industrial minerals. And my hand was forced, to be honest with you. I got diagnosed with severe burnout, and on reflection, the firefighting, operating in a lot of emerging markets, and high volatility and working in a high cyclical environment and being on aeroplanes all the time, that's what caused my burnout. And when I was forced to take time to really, I suppose, heal and look at myself and what I really wanted, I lent into the world of personal growth and personal development. And it really just gave me a perspective. And I realized that burnout wasn't really about just working too hard. It was really the psychological aspect of it. Why are we pushing ourselves too much possibly? What do we really want? What's important? How, what's going to be the right position for Charlie to get what he wants in life? What matters actually to Charlie? And a lot of those questions helped me arrive to a career transition in executive coaching and writing the book.
Yeah, okay. So, tell us a bit about the book. I can see a copy of it on the shelf just behind you there. What's it's not just mumbo jumbo actually about then?
Sure. So, a lot of these things in life are born from our own frustrations, Tom. And, I was the slightly skeptical Brit when I got into a lot of this personal development stuff, but I got into it through necessity. And I found it a bit of a minefield, to be honest with you. And I got into all things from spirituality to psychology to philosophy, neuroscience. And I found particularly that a lot of the books, dare I say, a lot of them were maybe a little bit oversimplistic, condescending even, and maybe sometimes just a couple of good ideas, but dressed up in a much larger book. And what I wanted to do is to create something different. And I wanted to demystify the mumbo jumbo and really make this sort of stuff accessible, maybe to people who haven't explored personal growth and personal development. But I also wanted to create a great story as well. I think a lot of these books, personal self-help books, can be quite preachy and a little bit one-dimensional. And so I wanted to write a great story and weave all the lessons in along the way.
Yeah, because there are loads of cliches, aren't there? And they're sometimes quite sort of cringe-inducing, these self-help books. Would you say your book is perhaps the self-help book for people who don't do self-help books?
Absolutely. I couldn't have put it better myself. And, I wanted to create a book that was for everyone, but also, sophisticated and discerning for high achievers. Because really what I found out that, I got into this journey because I wanted to get from where I wasn't particularly where I wanted to be in life. I wasn't feeling how I wanted to feel, and I wanted to get back on track and go from not good to good. But actually, what I realized is that, these 7 steps in the book, they're the same core tenets that help someone get from good to great. They're the same core tenets that high performers in sports teams are talking about as well, whether it's clarity, self-awareness, emotional regulation, mindset, and it's a multi-dimensional, holistic approach, really, and that's what I really felt was missing.
Okay, well, I'm being told we're going to have to wrap it up because we're out of time, but it's been a real pleasure talking to you about 2 very different topics, but we managed to make it work and weave them together. Charlie Law, former commodity trader turned author of It's Not Just Mumbo Jumbo. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Tom.
Now, Saudi Arabia has strong demand for consulting services, right from the early days of Vision 2030, which was launched more than 10 years ago, to the present day. This is the country refined and redefined its spending priorities. Well, the goals, initiatives and subsequent giga projects have involved the mobilization of experts from all corners of the globe to connect with local talent who are actively contributing towards these goals. Well, for more on what consulting in a modern Saudi Arabia looks like and what a company needs to do to stand out from the crowd, I'm joined now by Coley Spink, who is the Managing Director and Middle East Regional Leader with the global professional services firm Alvarez & Marsal. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Coley. Now, your company says it prides itself on being the consulting firm that, quote, asks the tough questions. What sorts of questions are we talking about here?
We never ask tough questions to be tough, but we pride ourselves on objectivity and integrity above all else. And we're not afraid to ask the difficult questions if that's what's required to really unpick where are we going and how practically are we going to get there and quickly create as much value along the way as possible.
Are there any tough questions that you think are unique to the Saudi market?
Well, again, whether they're tough or not, I'm not sure. They're challenges and challenging topics to deal with. I would say the overarching topic, and this is widely discussed already, is that the nation is in the midst of an unprecedented, what I would call investment-driven transformation program, the likes of which I don't think we've ever seen before. Progress is phenomenal. The rate of change is impressive. And now I think the question is, what do we need to do differently to convert vision and strategy to results and execution? And that's a real pivot from concept to mobilization to now the rubber hits the road, so to speak, and how do we make sure that change at this scale on so many different fronts at the same time can actually get landed and delivered and create the value that was intended from the vision and the strategy that's been well articulated. That to me is the big overarching question. And then I think there are two very important subsets, again, frequently talked about, clear areas of focus, but still take quite a lot of effort. One is the talent question, when underlying Vision 2030 is the creation and development of new industries, new economies, new sectors. How does Saudi take its very rich, young resource base from a population perspective and ensure that the capabilities are there to step in, run, manage, develop, and grow these new industries and new sectors that are being created? And the close cousin to that conversation is the technical capability, the technology, the intellectual property. How do you accelerate indigenous technical capability, homegrown R&D, and ensure that these initiatives become truly lasting and sustainable, and in many cases emerge as major export engines as well as just domestic consumption serving capabilities.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about a white paper that your company put out recently. One of the things it says is that Saudi Arabia can compress or compact into a much shorter space of time what it took other countries decades to achieve. That's one of the things that this white paper says. What's the rationale? Tell us a bit more about that theory.
Well, you're talking about the localization of industrial capability, I think. And, you know, the world has seen many, many examples of this story play out. And with experience and with planning, there's good evidence to show that these very long, and these are measured in decades, not minutes. But these very long sort of transformation agendas can be significantly accelerated when the right ingredients are in place, from policies and objectives to, down at the bottom, the resource base and the infrastructure and the right regulatory environment and the right domestic market to support it. And the premise that we take in that paper is there are clearly opportunities, and I think we focus in particular on automotive and the aerospace industry with regards to Saudi. The ingredients are there to line up the constituents, the stakeholders, the resources to achieve much more accelerated timescales than what we have experienced in other rapidly growing or transitioning markets around the world. And it's a function of getting the right people in the room with the right resources and the right plan and having a true commitment to execute.
Okay. I want to ask you about something else, and something that's been in the news quite a bit lately, which is the fact that Saudi Arabia has revisited parts of Vision 2030. You know, priorities have changed to some extent. Expenditure on consulting is perhaps not what it was a decade ago. Do you think the expectations of consulting firms here in the kingdom has changed?
I hope so. I think that the need for consulting is unlikely to diminish. Just the sheer scale, the breadth of initiatives that are being worked on at the same time. And as I said before, the fact that so many of these things are new, there is likely to be significant continued reliance on international experts in some form or another. But again, as I alluded to before, I think the structure of demand, the nature of demand has changed and will continue to change. Very simplistically, from strategy to execution, from thinking through what could be to rolling up your sleeves, getting stuck in, and actually getting things delivered. Will that change the aggregate quantum of consulting? I don't know. I don't think the Saudi consulting market will continue to grow 20% a year for the next X years. But I think within that already large market, the structure of demand is changing quite materially in the direction of results and execution.
Okay, thanks for that. And just lastly, Coley, I wanted to ask you, just tell us what your observations are about what impact the current geopolitical situation in the region is having on the kingdom.
Clearly, there's uncertainty, volatility, and risk that's affecting the kingdom, the region, and the globe, quite frankly. Interestingly, I think from a regional perspective, Saudi is relatively well insulated to some of the shocks of this because of the richness of its resource base. It's a real country with a real population. It's less dependent on sort of tourism transients to support the economy. Nevertheless, there are real impacts. I think the risk premium for attracting capital is going up. You know, cost of capital has gone up at a time when foreign direct investment, both strategic and financial, is important to fully deliver Vision 2030. That becomes a more nuanced conversation today than it was 3 months ago. I think, you know, the East-West oil pipeline was a stroke of genius that is keeping the cash flow flowing. For sure, there will be many discussions around what other investments in redundancy and resilience to continue to insulate the domestic economy from international shocks will go on the agenda. Maybe some of that will supersede other things that need to get deprioritized because resources are not infinite. The need to continue to attract strategic partners, foreign partners, you know, the sales pitch on why is this a great time to commit significant resources to the region. I think it's a compelling sales pitch, but again, it's a more nuanced one while the cloud of sort of geopolitical uncertainty hangs over all of us.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave there. We're out of time, but really appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Coley Spink, Managing Director and Middle East Regional Leader with Alvarez and Marcel. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
And finally, more than 860,000 pilgrims have already arrived in Saudi Arabia ahead of the upcoming Hajj pilgrimage. Well, the kingdom has ramped up preparations to host them for what is one of the world's largest religious gatherings. Well, speaking at a Riyadh conference, the Hajj and Umrah minister outlined the new projects which have been implemented to increase the comfort of pilgrims during this hot summer month.
The capacity of the Mina area has been expanded through creating the Kidana Al Khaif camps, which cover an area of 24,000 square meters near the Jamarat walkway. In addition, more than 60,000 trees have been planted as part of the Green Emotions initiative, which is 3 times more than last year. The cooling system, which includes more than 6,000 misting poles, has been activated to contribute to improving the environment and creating a more comfortable atmosphere for the pilgrims.
And that was Tawfiq Al-Rabi'a, Saudi Arabia's Minister of Hajj and Umrah, speaking there. Well, thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal. That's all we've got time for. Do stay tuned and we'll see you again next week.
Hello, and you're watching this special episode of Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from the Africa CEO Forum in Kigali, Rwanda. Well, one of the things that so many of the speakers and delegates have been telling us as we've been mingling amongst people here at the CEO Forum is that one of the special things about this conference is that it presents a unique opportunity for CEOs and investors to really come together with government officials. There's a real encouragement to network and for there to be a lot of mutual beneficial discussion. One of the ways they do that is through the Invest In sessions. They're not just incubators for ideas, they directly bring CEOs and investors together with government officials to see what business can be done here on the continent. And one of the countries that is making good use of those sessions is Benin. So I'm very pleased to welcome Eric Akute, the Managing Director of APIEX Benin. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Amanda.
How valuable is an opportunity like the Invest In sessions at the Africa CEO Forum for a country like Benin looking for more growth and investment?
For us, it's very important because, you know, Africa CEO Forum, we come here for 3 reasons. First, as government, we get opportunity to present our countries, to promote our countries. We get also opportunity for our CEO that we bring here to be connected to other businesses and also to learn about those who come also here. And it gives unique opportunities to find some solutions as well. Because, for example, today, you know, we are targeting to set up some direct flight from Cotonou to Lagos, for example, and to discuss with Rwanda also, because Rwanda used to connect to Cotonou, but they suspended. Yesterday, we get an opportunity to meet them and to discuss. So we also get the opportunity to see some CEO and to discuss with concrete and to see how we can find some concrete solution. So that's why it is very important to us to come here.
It sounds incredibly important.
Yes.
I'm not sure how much you're able to say, but do you anticipate seeing more direct flights coming into the country after these discussions?
At least we start discussion. There is a mutual interest for both parties because we also have some domestic flights. We have some domestic flights, so we bring our CEO for our domestic flight for meeting CEO of Rwanda and CEO of other flight company.
Mm-hmm.
So at least we start discussion and we will see what will come as. You know, there is nothing can replace physical meeting. You can send an email to somebody. If he don't know you, he will not reply. So first connection, first physical connection, create opportunities for discussion, for further discussion, and then after that, you know, it belongs to us to continue.
Mm. There's been a lot of talk here at the Africa CEO Forum about not just investment opportunity, but the right kind of investment opportunity, the right kind of investment structure. We heard in the opening session Rwandan President Paul Kagame saying the days of companies coming in and exploiting African wealth is over. It needs to be mutually beneficial.
Exactly.
So what kind of investment is Benin looking for, and in what kind of sectors?
You know, Benin is an agricultural sector, but now we have, since 2016, we start transforming our raw material. We are the most larger producer of cotton. We produce a lot of soya, cashew. So we start transforming. Maybe you may hear about our special economic zone, Global Industrial Zone, which has been classified in 2025 as the first African special economic zone and the seventh in the world. So now everybody knows that there is no development without transforming. So we want to transform. And when we come here and to say to industry, please come in Africa. We have resources, we have new people, we have stabilities. Please come to Africa and invest. Invest with us. We will be there to support you. We will be there to facilitate the business to you. We are creating a lot of reform to facilitate the business environment, but sometimes no one is aware about. So when we come here, we get opportunity to talk to people and to say to them, yes, you know, you may not know. Benin, for example, every investment is free of taxes, but no one knows. You see, if you invest in Benin, you may have 5 years to 70 years of corporate tax free. No one knows this. So we come here to meet people, to promote our country, and to say to them, we want to transform, we want to set up industry, we are create some industrial zone for you. Please come and sit down, and we and invest, we will support you.
Are there any particular sectors that you're looking to harness in particular?
Textile, mining. We have the best mining granite in Africa. Grey granite, black granite. We want people to come in Benin and explore and transform. We are setting up some factory for cotton, cashew, soya. We also are implementing one special economic zone inside our port that we call Africa Logistics Zone, dedicated to last miles, you know, assembling, creating value, logistic, pharma, medical, etc. So we want people to, we have a lot of opportunity, for example, you know, real estate. We want a lot of, because, you know, Benin, every year, we have a big tourism and cultural event that we call Vodun Days, and more than 500,000 people come in Benin every year. So we need some hotel, we need some accommodation, we need a lot of hotel for that opportunities. So we have opportunities. So we bring opportunities here to say to investor, please come to Benin and invest.
And are you looking for investment from other African countries, or regionally, or broadly globally?
We come to know that the first investor in Benin is African, you know, and to facilitate movement and connection between Beninese people and African people, we remove visa from every African people. Every African can come in Benin free of visa. This is the first action for coming, seeing, and look at the environment, and look at and searching for opportunities. So yes, we are looking for African, because it's, you know, it is easy for those who are already in the continent to invest in the continent. So our first investor is African. Of course, we are open for any investor in the world.
It's interesting that you say that there is a large focus on African investment, because that really speaks to one of the pillars of this year's forum, which is shared ownership. African countries investing in each other.
Exactly.
Share the risk, share the reward for continental success.
Prosperity.
Do you agree with that sentiment?
Totally agree. Totally agree. You know, we agree with that because, you know, we have been signing some MOU with other agencies. Yesterday we signed with RDB. In January we signed with Ivory Coast. We signed with Nigeria. This is concrete action for integration, for mutual effort, for synergy. So we start working together for making co-investment and to see how we can support each other. So yes, we already started this.
Is there a tension or a difficult situation to balance pursuing domestic investment and domestic growth in Benin and supporting that idea of investing in other countries in the continent as well? How do you balance the domestic focus with the continental focus?
You know, we share the same physical area. We are together. Benin is growing, Ivory Coast is growing. Sometimes we share markets. We have some regional market. You know, for example, ECOWAS, Benin is part of ECOWAS, which is 300,000 people, 200 million of people. So we support, we sell goods to Nigeria. Nigeria also sell goods to Benin. So it's a global market. So it is a collective action. With collective action, then everybody will grow collectively.
Mutual prosperity.
Mutual prosperity, exactly.
You talk about growth. Benin's economic growth has been very robust. According to World Bank figures, GDP growth reached 8% in the first three quarters of 2025, up from 7.5 the year before. That's largely driven by services, port activity and industry. Where do you see future growth for Benin coming from?
Transformation, culture, tourism. We are targeting to make tourism being the second contributor of our GDP. That's why we are investing massively in tourism. We are creating some hotels, some museums, so that people can come and visit. Yes.
There is a difficulty, though. There is a large proportion of employment in Benin that is informal, in the informal sector. How do you deal with that and turn the challenge into an opportunity?
You know, we have been fighting for that for many years now, and we are getting positive outcome. How we do that? You know, Benin, every investment is free of taxes, but before get benefit of this, you have to be formalized. So government put on the table incentive of company creation. So if you create a company, if you invest, then you will benefit all the legal framework of investment. And if you stay informal, you will not benefit anything. You will not get corporate tax free. You will not get tax exemption. So we encourage people to create company, to be formalized, so that they can benefit all the legal framework that we have been setting up for investment. And it works, because since 2016, we have been creating more than 50,000 companies per year.
50,000 companies per year?
Company per year in Benin. You see? So it works.
Is it that people need to be educated as to what the benefits are, or is it a generational shift? Are young people more likely?
It is both. It's a generational shift, because young people now want to be entrepreneurs. But also we are making a lot of communication toward those who have already company, because you may have your company, but if you invest when you have already a company, then you will benefit it. So it's not only for new company, it's for anyone who is formalized. You see, new company as well as those who is who already have their company but are investing.
And just finally, we're talking about young population across Africa. It is such a huge percentage of the population. What do you think the aspirations are for the youth in Benin, and do you see the large young population being a challenge or being an opportunity for the country?
It's an opportunity. It's a challenge, but also an opportunity. Challenge because you have to give some jobs to everybody. But it's an opportunity because they are young, they are well educated, and they have energy for working. So it's both.
Well, maybe we'll be doing a tourism story on Benin, hopefully in not too long.
You are more than welcome. Every African people, everybody in the world have to come in Benin because we have a good history, good culture, and now we become more and more, aware of the fact that our history, our past, have to be an opportunity for us.
Well, it will be very interesting to see how that progresses in the future. It's been a real pleasure to have you on with Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English. Erika Kute, thanks for being here.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. And let me get the opportunity to invite everybody, every African people. I want to say it again that every African people can come free of visa in Benin. And it is easy to come in Benin. The visa is online. Everybody can get their visa online. Even though you get to the airport without your visa, before you get to the plane, you can have your visa. So we invite everybody to come to visit Benin.
Maybe next time we chat, we'll be in Benin.
Thank you very much. I will be there to welcome you.
It's been a pleasure to have you. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amidst vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2026, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Al Arabiya English, your media partner.
Welcome to this special coverage of the Africa CEO Forum on Counterpoints for Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Well, often when we talk a lot about technology, the rhetoric is often around how it's causing humanity more problems, that our modern world is worse off or it's causing bad health for us in this modern day. But one firm is flipping that argument on its head at Zipline when it comes to access to medicine. They say the opposite is true. The company is operating life-saving drone delivery systems across Africa. And excitingly, joining us is the Zipline Africa Chief Executive, Caitlin Burton. Caitlin, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, for the uninitiated of our audience, give us a condensed Zipline story. How did it start, and how is it changing lives across Africa?
Looking at the problem of logistics, which affects everywhere on the planet, it's not doing a particularly good job of serving anyone well. We are using 100-year-old technology, 3,000-pound gas combustion vehicles, full-time humans to move items, billions and billions and billions of small parcels per day or per year. And it's not a particularly good use of human capital. It's not a particularly good, it's not a good use of our ground, of our air. And it's causing quite a mess, and it's not yielding particularly good outcomes. And so we thought somebody is going to disrupt this. Like, there's got to be a better way to do this. If we could make this faster, cheaper, zero emissions, we could have a profound effect on trade, commerce, livelihoods, you name it. We would be able to impact a very different kind of economy, a very different kind of lived experience. And so that's what we set out to do 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. How is it changing lives in Africa today?
Okay, so in Africa, what we are doing is governments are contracting zipline services. We're building autonomous drone delivery. They are contracting this as infrastructure that they embed in their public health system. Mm-hmm. So we are centralizing government's medicines, vaccines, and blood. We are sending it instantly on demand anywhere across the health system where it's needed, day or night, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all weather. And this is what it's causing is essentially zero missed opportunities to test or to treat or to vaccinate. It causes patient visits to go up. It causes treatment rates to go up, and it causes treatment outcomes. They kind of change broadly across the entire population. So we've been able to observe, for example, 56% decline in maternal deaths in Ghana at zipline served facilities compared to non-zipline served facilities. 22% reduction in deaths in children from malnutrition here in Rwanda. Again, at zipline serve facilities versus control facilities.
So give us maybe an anecdotal example of how zipline does that. Yeah. Because, I mean, if you sort of, for a lot of people, they might think, well, why do you need it delivered in a drone? Why can't you just pop it in a, medical ambulance and send what you need off to that community?
Great question. Okay, here I'll give you two examples. One's like a very high, complex case, and one is a very typical, just health access broadly case. So, in a typical blood system, the way that Rwanda actually worked before we came here, they had 4 regional centers collecting blood, processing the blood to make sure it, it doesn't have any diseases in it, and turning it into components, and then distributing it in their footprint. And then they had a WhatsApp group to message across hospitals all around the country to try to find the right product that a patient needed when they didn't have that product on site. And many, many lives were lost, right? Blood is an urgent product, and you need it when you need it. What they have done since they got Zipline is they turned each of those regional centers into collection-only sites. They send everything to Kigali to process, and they give everything to Zipline to deliver. And fill rates for the need of any kind of blood product in the system has gone from about 70% to about 99%.
Wow.
Treatment rates, they mirror that. And as a result, health outcomes are dramatically different. People are surviving childbirth, they are surviving severe anemia from malaria, from malnutrition, these sorts of things. Now, on the flip side, I think all across the country, you don't necessarily need to have a complex emergency case. Health access broadly, it's a real struggle to get the right product where it needs to be in the right condition at the right time. And so, a typical patient, they're getting a lot of education about, if your child has a fever, you need to go to a clinic and get them tested for malaria. But if they, how much health education they have gotten is no predictor of whether or not they will go and do that. It's income. It's the only predictor. And that's because they don't believe the product is going to be there and the facility is far away, so they take a gamble. And this is why you still see so many preventable deaths happening in Africa, because the health systems just aren't reliable enough and people don't really utilize it the right way. When you can drive stock out to zero and you can build trust in the public health system, people show up for care, people get treatment, people survive.
Yeah. Zipline has just recently announced a landmark agreement with the U.S. State Department at the end of last year to expand its drone delivery across Africa. Before we get more specifically into what that means for African operations in general, I want to, because we'll get obviously into Rwanda, but I want to first of all focus on the US component of that agreement first. How hard or how easy was it to get US backing for your Africa expansion? Would you say that there's still a wariness or a sense of excitement for tech investment in Africa?
So I think with this administration, they had this vision. Marco Rubio has a Substack. Secretary Rubio has a Substack, and he kind of shares what he is thinking about what's going on in development and foreign assistance. And I think what we were seeing, the typical criticism is that the old system was funding one-off programs, and they were counting numbers. So here's an intervention. We've reached X number of people. When the intervention stops, the reach stops, and everything goes to zero.
Yeah.
At the same time, it wasn't necessarily generating soft power, right? So I think he wrote in one of his Substacks that broadly, a lot of these countries that are getting the most foreign assistance from America are also voting against us in the UN and stuff like that, right? So, why is it that these systems aren't working the way that they were designed or intended, back in the 1960s when we launched? For whatever reason, I think there's a myriad of reasons why that didn't work well, but what's intuitive to them, what's intuitive to me at least, is this concept of commercial diplomacy, which is instead of treating everybody in Africa like a charity case, which they are not, they have, in many cases, they've got thriving economies or thriving parts of the economies, and obviously tons of potential. Their economies are growing way faster than economies in the West.
Indeed.
And so if you can invest in the right kind of things, if you can, instead of exporting bureaucracy and low-quality programming, if you can export the best of what America has to offer, like technology, and you can equip these countries with real solutions where the ROI is, the problem is solved, like actual development, that, and it's going to also provide some kind of benefit back home, like an increased manufacturing and robotics. This is a win-win for everybody involved. And so in the case of Zipline, I think what they saw is, while expanding our robotics manufacturing in America, we are giving a one-off infrastructure to governments that they want and they're willing to pay for at scale, and that has a profound development impact, a profound human health impact. So it's a kind of a perfect example for them of commercial diplomacy, and I think we were able to get in there and explain this to them in a way that I think kind of really embodied what they were trying to do, and that's why it has come together so nicely for us.
And Rwanda is the first country where Zipline now has nationwide coverage.
That's right.
Talk about why Rwanda, why they were the ones who stepped up to be the first, and who's coming along the line next.
Yeah. Rwanda has a very, we like to say Rwanda leads with yes. You maybe have heard Zipline say before, when we first went to launch this technology, it was not legal to fly autonomous drones anywhere in the world for commercial purposes. So we needed a government who was willing to partner with us on figuring out how exactly to regulate it, how to integrate it into a system, what effects it's going to cause, how to measure that. Rwanda was the first country to say, yes, let's do it, because this is going to have a profound, vast impact on health and wealth if it works. They really focused us. They told us not to do everything that we envisioned. They told us to do blood. Rwanda has very extreme weather. It has the most lightning strikes on Earth in some places, and so Zipline had to our mandate was to create a system that can reliably deliver the country's entire blood supply in all weather, day and night, right? So we had to really focus on hardening the tech, making a system that's instant and responsive. All the things that have turned it into what it is today are just around this one use case, though, this really focused use case that they believed was going to have a massive impact, and it has. I think that Rwanda is, proud of they're proud to talk about the investments they have made and the impact it has achieved. I think a lot of other governments are afraid of losing access to donor financing if they are achieving too much, or if they say no to something because they would rather spend it here. I think there's a lot of that. People are not in the driver's seat the way that Rwanda is. The government here has a very clear vision about what they're trying to do and why they're investing in this. And and what they want to see, again, is problem solved.
You were talking about how Rwanda was really open to changing regulations to be able to facilitate this program. That speaks to one of the big messages out of day one, is this need to get cross-border regulations sorted out so that countries can work together, companies can work together, this idea of shared ownership and collective benefit. Do you see those challenges in the work that you do, and how do you think cross-border cooperation can be improved?
It's a good question. We deal with it a lot actually internally inside of countries. There's certain countries that have devolved health systems, and states don't talk to each other. And so we actually deal a lot more with it, within these massive countries. Like Nigeria is huge, 230 million people, 37 states and territories. And so I think that that's kind of probably a microcosm for what we're going to see as the rest of Africa expands. Integration in Africa expands. I think maybe the most salient point I can think of here is the Africa CDC. It's an institution trying to work across the continent to really, kind of prevent, mitigate, respond to crises, health crises. And there's not a lot of ways in which they can do that in a uniform way across the continent. So what we have envisioned together is when Zipline is covering an entire country, we have a real-time signal of what doctors and nurses are ordering, which tells us a lot about what symptoms they're dealing with. And it can actually help us identify epidemiological events as they're happening. And if the Africa CDC could see that, there's no patient data. It's simply, delivery data on product. They can actually use that to identify, emerging epidemiological trends or events. And we also have an instant response system to everybody in the country. And so how can we help institutions like the Africa CDC that are trying to work across borders and see across countries and really make this continent more responsive on a health security front? How can we use information that we have in our network to serve their needs? So.
You have said that the technology is ready, but leadership is the bottleneck. What needs to change?
I think that, the speed of adoption is not fast enough. I think that there are a lot of countries that don't necessarily envision themselves as being this way. And there's also a lot of pressure, honestly, coming from the financiers in the ecosystem, especially for global health. There's a lot of donor money. And donors more or less tell them what they should get, what they should do. And they pay for implementers to come in and tinker with the health system, tinker with the status quo, and they kind of disincentivize any kind of change. They are literally paying for the status quo to be there. And so I think that we need people to be thinking that if technologies like Zipline exist now and have scaled, and they have the impact is irrefutable, and it's affordable, it's faster, cheaper, it's more responsive, and it causes, it actually, the ROI is actually the solved problem. Do they want evolution and development to happen in a 3-year time span or in a 30-year time span? Like, which of them are going to move fast and realize prosperity sooner? Like, which of them are thinking in terms of like lives saved and money wasted, and which of them are thinking in terms of kind of status quo evolution over the course of decades, which is a lot of the kind of thinking that's been applied to healthcare to begin with here. So I do think that more Rwandas are going to help a lot, and I have to call out Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, and Ghana. They have really been fast followers of Rwanda. They have really invested in this technology to bring it to scale in their countries. And I think what we're going to be able to observe in about 3 years is a before zipline and an after zipline effect on population health in these countries. Yep.
Well, we'd love to come back to you in 3 years' time and see what that looks like.
Me too. Yeah. I'm going to put my name on this.
Do. Yeah. Amazing. Just finally, Caitlin, that's your message to countries. What's your message to other companies and tech disruptors who may be a bit risk averse when it comes to investing in Africa? What would you say to them?
I think that most people are thinking about Africa as, maybe unstable, highly risky. I don't think that evidence really bears that out in many places anymore. I think it's an outdated kind of trope. When I look at Africa, I see, like we talked about before, much higher GDP growth. I see a huge young population that is going to be the workforce of the future. Really high quality tertiary institutions where people are getting great education. I see, I see a need to solve really hard problems. And so if you have the grit and resilience to solve hard problems, you're going to succeed here. Zipline, we could have built this in America, and it would have taken however long it would have taken to chip away at regulators' mindsets and do demo flights and, whatever, noise testing. But in Africa, we were able to actually get out there and solve a real problem, and it was very hard to build it in this ecosystem, but it's hardware. Hardware is hard to build anywhere, you know what I mean? And I think if we hadn't done it here, we wouldn't have nearly as robust technology. We wouldn't have learned anything about customers. So this is where people are motivated to do that kind of work. And, I would encourage anybody who is trying to solve hard problems to come here and do it first.
I hope they take you up on that challenge.
Thank you. Yes.
Caitlin Burton, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks again.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.